Plenary, Sustainable at Risk, drawing insights from climate talks to elevate cybersecurity. His Excellency Adil Al-Jubair, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Member of the Council of Ministries, and Envoy of Climate Affairs, Saudi Arabia, John Defterius, Moderator, former CNN, Emerging Markets, Editor and Anchor.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see such a terrific turnout. Your Excellency the Governor, it's great to start the second day here with such a distinguished guest. It's great to see you. His Excellency Adel Al-Jubair is the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. He's a climate envoy and a member of the Cabinet of Ministers. We're going to do a 25-minute session looking at the creating a cyberspace for all that's secure, the urgency in which to do so, and then the nexus at which climate discussions and cyberspace meet. And I would add also our reaction as a global community, Your Excellency, to the COVID-19 pandemic. Initially, it was every state for itself, and then towards the end of that process, it became very collective. But how do we get cyberspace and that collective space to begin with? Your Excellency, we were discussing in the green room beforehand that the GCF Institute was established by royal decree in 2023, which is quite a landmark, and I think geographically and strategically, and Saudi Arabia being the largest economy in the Middle East and North Africa by a wide margin, also provides an opportunity to build momentum and a consensus, which I'd like to give to. He didn't hear the formal welcome, but let's give him a nice Riyadh welcome to His Excellency Adel Al-Jubair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think, and we cannot overlook this, but I think it's incredibly important to see someone at your strategic level within the government and wearing the hat as the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and the Climate Envoy, and so active within the Cabinet of Ministers, to be at the GCF. What does it tell us, first and foremost, about the importance of a secure cyberspace for all in the kingdom because of critical infrastructure, but also for this region in the Middle East and North Africa, which we have to say is going through convulsions now because of conflict? What does it say about the role of cyberspace in that security apparatus, would you say?
It's well, first of all, thank you for having me, everybody. It's great to be here. It's extremely important. When you look at cyber, you look at, it impacts every aspect of our life, from education, from paying our bills, from acquiring information. I mean, you name it, it's linked to it. And ensuring that we have a functioning, secure system that allows us to operate efficiently is very important to us personally, to the economy, and to the global economy. Saudi Arabia is a major player in the international system. We are the largest exporter of oil. We are one of the largest investors in the global economy. We are custodians of the two holy mosques. We have influence and access and throughout the Muslim world, 1.7 billion people pray in the direction of Mecca 5 times a day. We are geographically located between 3 continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa. 3 of the most important waterways in the world are right next to us, the Straits of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb, the Suez Canal. So we are connected to the world, and the world is connected to us. What happens in the international system has a direct impact on Saudi Arabia and vice versa, whether negative or positive. So it is critically important for us that we have a stable, functioning, prosperous international system. That's how we prosper. When you look at our Vision 2030, the objective of it is to ensure that we are an active player in the international system by transforming our country, diversifying our economy, empowering youth, empowering women. And in order to do so, we need to have a efficient and transparent public sector. We have to have new areas of investment, whether it's mining, whether it's tourism, whether it's recreation, whether it's entertainment, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, all of these. And in order to have those, we have to have a world-class education system, and we have to have world-class healthcare system, and we have to have the ability to attract investments, both domestic and international. So all of this is part of our package, Vision 2030, and we are much better able to achieve our objectives if the international system is stable and secure. And the stability of cyber is critical to this. And the establishment of this center is one means for Saudi Arabia to contribute to making the cyber world more stable and more secure, and also to connecting the world and acting as a bridge between different countries and between different regions in order to have a cooperative approach rather than a competitive approach. We cannot deal with the challenges of our world, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's in climate change, whether it's pandemics, unless we work together. One country cannot do it alone. When it comes to climate issues, rising temperatures do not avoid one country because it's doing something. It impacts all of us, and so all of us have to work together in order to deal with it. When you look at pandemics, the virus doesn't distinguish between Muslim and Christian and Jew and Buddhist. It doesn't distinguish between American and Saudi and German. We're all the same. And because we worked closely together as a global community with transparency, we were able to overcome this pandemic. The same with cybersecurity. One country cannot do it alone. We have to work together, we have to share information, we have to share expertise, experience, and we have to agree on common terminology in order to be able to deal with the challenges.
Great. Let me just delve into that a little bit more. Geographically, as I mentioned in my opening comments, you straddle east and west and are, as you noted, very connected to Africa now, which is a great growth opportunity for the continent, but also I think for the heart of the Gulf here. But does it allow Saudi Arabia to serve that bridge between China and the US, which is competing in technology, right? But you want them to compete on fair grounds and also have a dialogue and also work together for a secure cyberspace, specifically because of the Global Cybersecurity Forum and now being an institute. What role can it play as a bridge builder?
It can play whatever role it needs to play. It's very important that we switch confrontation to cooperation, and it's important that we switch competition from being a zero-sum game to being a sum-sum game where everybody benefits. Saudi Arabia has strategic relations with the United States. China is our largest trading partner. Both relations will continue to grow and prosper. The international system is better served when there is cooperation between the two largest economies. The international system is not served when there is confrontation, and I believe both sides want to avoid any kind of confrontation. And Saudi Arabia's role is to work with everybody to try to create a cooperative environment in which everybody benefits.
Good. As a climate envoy, you're very knowledgeable about the process. My journalistic coverage started in 1992 with the Rio Accord, and yours predates that in terms of the history of the COP process. How do we avoid the missteps of having two distinct camps in the COP process? And we've learned post-pandemic that the energy system of today can't be shut off and you start the energy system of tomorrow. And we don't want that slow process to filter in to the cyber community. Can you make that comparison, what we should avoid as landmines, if you will?
I think the most important thing is to be scientific and rational and logical about dealing with issues and not emotional. We see a lot of emotions when it comes to climate change discussions, and we frankly see a lot of hypocrisy. And that doesn't serve anyone. We have a problem, we need to fix the problem. The temperatures are not coming down, the air is not becoming cleaner, and no matter how much we argue, we need to roll up our sleeves, work together to solve the problems in a rational and effective manner, and we need to do it quickly. I believe in the climate discussions started essentially with the Stockholm Conference in 1972, where the issue of the environment was put on the agenda. And then it took another 2 decades until we had the Rio Summit, Earth Summit, which focused on climate change and the dangers of climate change. Then we had Kyoto. Then we had the Paris Summit, which was a small miracle that countries agreed on the path forward and the need to limit rising temperatures. And then we've had the subsequent COP meetings. It's moving towards a more rational discussion, but it's taken almost 50 years, and that's too long when it comes to cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, the issue of dealing with cyber began really in 1998 at the United Nations. The first resolution with regards to a governmental working group was passed in 2003. That's 20 years ago. And we still have a way to go. I think it's important that we agree. We need to move very quickly because technology is moving much faster. We need to agree on the terms how we define things so that we know what we're talking about. We need to agree on where the dangers are, and we need to work very quickly in those areas. We have problems with, in terms of the internet, with recruitment for extremism. We have problems with child pornography. We have problems with crime, whether it's money laundering, whether it's extortion, even things as simple as bullying. You can have somebody, one end of the world, bullying somebody on the other end of the world. How do you stop it? How do you criminalize it? And how do you prosecute these individuals? We need international conventions for these, and we need them quickly. And we need to deal with other issues that involve cyber. I think the most important thing is agreeing on definitions, agreeing on areas that need to be addressed, coming up with legal mechanisms to counter those areas, exchanging information with regards to how people take advantage of cyber in order to commit crimes, and what is the most effective way of dealing with it. We need to exchange information with regards to the type of viruses that people try to use to damage other institutions. We need to protect the functioning of critical institutions to countries that really have banks, power plants, hospitals, traffic lights. These are important things for day-to-day life, and I think those are areas that are not, should not be as sensitive to national governments as issues that directly relate to national security. So we should be able to find ways of moving forward. I'm hopeful that people recognize the dangers and that they recognize that multilateral efforts are complicated. They take a long time, but they recognize that the need is urgent and we need to find a way to speed it up. And I believe the center that is established will have a critically important role to play in highlighting the importance of dealing with the challenge of cybersecurity and coming up with the most effective ways of addressing it, and being a platform for people from around the world, as we've seen yesterday, to come and exchange ideas and identify problems and point out certain pathways forward that will help us overcome those problems.
Yes, if you look at today, and this emerged last week at the FII when they did a poll, it's very interesting what you said about the trust of a system and the quality of life. So they polled the participants and they said quality of life is essential as the #1 issue. The threat of inflation and the cost of living was second on that list. Third on the list, for those that were a little bit older like us, was climate, right? And then the youth said, oh, climate is at the top of the category for them because they're very fearful of the future. Where does cyberspace, a secure cyberspace, which is not in the front and center of our consciousness, but should it belong in the top 5 in terms of policy and maintaining trust and government collaboration or not?
Absolutely, should be in the top 3, if not top 2. How many times do you complain when you arrive in a country and you turn on your cell phone and you don't have internet access? And this is just because of the systems, not because somebody fiddled with it. So how would you feel if you woke up one day and you're shut out from the world? You can't access your bank accounts, you can't access your medical records, you can't communicate with your doctor. It is it has a profound impact on your life and on your quality of life. We're used to things today that were unthinkable 30 years ago or 20 years ago, and we take them for granted. And I think with climate, I mentioned the Stockholm conference in 1972. Nobody was paying attention to the environment. They thought the environment was picking up trash. But now they see rising temperatures, and they see more dust storms, and they see more hurricanes, and they see rising water levels, and they say, oh my goodness, this is having an impact on my life and the life of my children and grandchildren. With cyber, we are now in that phase where people are becoming cognizant of the problem. But heaven forbid, hopefully we never get there, but if you had a shutdown, then people will say, this is the #1 priority, we need to deal with it. So to your question, it is a critically important issue, and I think it ranks right up there with climate change, pandemics, and cyber. I think these are the 3 critical issues that we face as a global community, and we have to pay attention to it, and we have to come up with a cooperative way forward, because being exclusive or not being cooperative doesn't help anyone.
Okay. The other thing I was going to ask you about was there's an AI conference running in parallel with the Global Cybersecurity Forum, and President Biden signed an AI executive order saying that we need to have greater transparency and testing by the private sector in collaboration with government. His first executive order when it came to technology was on cybersecurity 4 months into office. Does that give us this opportunity to link the opportunity and threat of AI and have it dovetail with policy around cybersecurity? Because many fear that AI is going to move so far in advance that it'll test the cybersecurity networks of the world. How do you see that and the actions by the US to put this high on the radar?
I think it has to be. When you have the ability to take you and have you come out and say things that you didn't say with real credibility. Imagine if you had world leaders issuing statements that have nothing to do with reality, that they had nothing to do with. What kind of confusion does it create in terms of global financial markets, in terms of perceptions, in terms of, it can be chaotic. It will be chaotic, not can be. And so it's important that we deal with all of these issues. And the challenge with cyber, I believe, and I'm not a technical person, so forgive me if I'm off here, but the way I see it is, it's moving so quickly that we need to catch up with it. And when you think you have a handle on something, something else emerges. And so it's important that we try to stay ahead of the curve, although I don't believe we are, but we need to find a way to at least keep up with the changes so that we don't have miscalculations that happen because of misinformation that we believe to be correct information.
Great. We talked about the COVID-19 pandemic briefly, and I mentioned it in my opening remarks and during the opening panel yesterday. The initial reaction is I have to protect my citizenry, and I wasn't thinking of the global community. And that also pertains to the Global South when it comes to a secure cyberspace for women, for development, for collaboration. How do we take a role here, a global look at solving this for the Global South? Because as you said, the pandemic crosses boundaries, right? But the same thing could be said in cyberspace. And how does Saudi Arabia see that necessity for the Global South to be protected, if you will, as they develop? Because there's a great growth opportunity at our doorstep.
I think we need to step back and look at the large picture. And what we see is the world moving towards globalization. Everybody talks about it. But the fact is we're one unit, a small planet.
Globalization, in your view, is not dead then? You can reset.
We live on one small planet. And what happens in one end of the planet affects people on the other end of the planet, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's climate change, whether it's cyber. And the solutions to these problems and these challenges have to be global. One country cannot go it alone. So it's not I think the world has to move from a us versus them, or one section of the world versus another, to we're all in this together. And when you look at Saudi Arabia, for example, or Vision 2030, part of it, a major part of it, is connecting Saudi Arabia with the world and connecting the world with Saudi Arabia. We have sent more than 500,000 of our young men and women to study around the world over the past 15 years or so. Over the past 40 or 50 years, the numbers are much higher. And the objective is not only to acquire education, but to learn about the world, and for the world to learn about them. Because when they come back, and we see it now in the energy and the dynamism that we have in Saudi Arabia, people are connected, they're aware of the world, they're aware of their role in the world, and they're aware of the importance of dealing with the world. We're proud of our national identity, we're proud of who we are, but we recognize that we are part of the global community, and that the community as a whole has to come together to deal with the challenges that we face, whether it's cyber, whether it's climate change, or whether it's pandemics.
I would love to ask you your thoughts on the continuity of the 2030 plan, and when we have regional unrest like we have it today, how the GCC can remain stable and that Vision 2030 on track. Many would probably question, can you continue with the reforms? Can you continue with progress when there's regional uncertainty? My history, after 35 years of covering it, is that people have trust in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states to remain stable. Can you address that, do you think, in this context of trying to create a secure cyberspace? Because the transformation in 7 years has been phenomenal, yes. And people want to know if it's on track and stays on track.
We have an objective. We have a whole of government and a whole of society approach towards achieving that objective. We have exceeded most of the benchmarks for that objective. We will continue to pursue that objective because that's in the interest of our nation. And so we will do this, and we will deal with other challenges as they come up, but it will not deter Saudi Arabia from continuing on its path of progress and reform and implementation of its Vision 2030, and our record speaks for itself. Saudi Arabia has been, the Saudi state was first established in 1727. We're talking more than 300 years ago. And before that, there was a state in Diriyah for several centuries. We have seen the coming and passing of many storms in our region, and we have been determined and steadfast and consistent in our movement forward. You will not find in the history of Saudi Arabia zigzagging or backtracking, or we set an objective, we work towards it, and we achieve it, and then we set another objective, and we are fully determined to continue along this path, and we are fully determined to make Saudi Arabia a very dynamic and very efficient and very prosperous and very stable society, as we have been doing for decades.
Great. Final question is, as a member of the G20, the expanded BRICS, which Saudi Arabia joins in 2024, hosting a World Cup in 2034, how do we make sure that globalization and these institutions don't compete against each other, where the G20 and the BRICS collaborate? They take that collaboration into the UN structure. And I didn't want to interrupt you, but...
Yeah. No, it's all connected. We don't see any contradictions between them. I think the global sports events are very exciting. They bring people together. We're very excited about hosting the World Cup in 2034. Hopefully you will come and you and I can watch the final game with Saudi Arabia in it. We believe that the G20 is a forum for countries to come together. With regards to BRICS, Saudi Arabia received an invitation, and we think that we don't see contradiction between one and the other. We think that the more countries can build bridges with each other, the better understanding you have, the more cooperation you have, the more trade and investment, the more exchange of cultures and people, the better it is for all sides concerned. And we think that this is what will contribute to global stability, which opens the path for global prosperity.
Good. Your call to the audience, you know, there's a lot of trust that's built in society because our systems work. And these people actually work really hard to make sure that that trust remains, right? If you're doing, as you suggested, e-commerce,
Yes.
or if you're flying, the critical infrastructure for power and for water systems. What's the call to action here for this audience as we conclude our second day later this afternoon?
Keep doing what you're doing and make sure that you educate everybody around you, in particular somebody like me who's not very tech savvy, because what you're doing is critically important, not only to Saudi Arabia but to the world. And I think the center will play a very important role, I have no doubt, in bringing the world together and in making the world a better place and a more stable place. So keep up the good work.
Good. Can we give a nice round of applause to His Excellency Adel Al-Jubeir? Thank you very, very much. Nicely done.
Thank you very much.
We'll exit here for you. Thanks. We'll get the microphone in the back off. Just go to your left here. Right there. Thanks. Right here.
General, Arab ICT Organization. His Excellency Kyriakos Kokkinos, former Minister, Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Cyprus. Nisha Pillai, Moderator, International Moderator, former BBC presenter.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Deploying Future Networks at Scale. My name is Nisha Pillai, and I'm delighted to be your moderator this morning, and I'm especially delighted to take you into a journey, I should say, into the future. Are you ready? Buckle yourself up. It's going to be quite a wild adventure. Why are we looking into the future, beyond 2030, right at the start of day 2 here at Cybersecurity Forum 2030? Well, I'll tell you why. Because The future will be with us before we can blink. We're talking about the networks like 6G and other next-gen networks. If you think we have cybersecurity issues right now, well, wait for the future. We ain't seen nothing yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to say we have with us some extremely eminent panelists who've been doing the thinking on our behalf. Let me introduce you to them. We have His Excellency Kyriakos Kokkinos, former Minister, Research, Innovation and Digital Policy for Cyprus. Welcome. We have His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Ben Amour, Director General of the Arab ICT Organization. Welcome, Mr. Ben Amour. And finally, Mr. Bokar Ba, CEO of the Samina Telecommunications Council. Now, gentlemen, before we begin, I'd like to put this question to you. Where have we got to right now? Let's forget 6G right at the start. Has 5G delivered on its promise? Has 5G actually given us new use case scenarios? Or is it just a quicker version of 4G? Mr. Kyriakos.
All right. The question is almost a closed question. The answer is no. It did not deliver to the promise yet. It's gaining traction. Probably we've made the mistake to overemphasize and consider it as a revolutionary rather than evolutionary from the 4G. But so far, for many reasons that we can discuss down the road, 5G is still on the making.
So tell me quickly, 2 disappointments then.
It's just higher speed, but on the industrial sector, there are no 5G deployments at scale. And on the use cases on the consumer market did not yet deliver anything that it's considered to be revolutionary.
Okay, so that's quite a skeptical response from our first speaker, Mr. Kokkinos. I wonder what Your Excellency, Mr. Ben Amour, thinks. Has 5G delivered on its promise, on its hype, or is it just a quicker version of 4G?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nisha, for this question. 5G is a breakthrough. It has brought answers for the development of the new technologies that need a lot of data, speed, low latency, and big density. So coming from this point, yes, 5G brought the right answer and is a breakthrough.
Okay, so a much more positive response there from Mr. Ben Amour. So I wonder what we're going to see here from Mr. Bokar. Maybe somewhere in the middle? What do you reckon, Mr. Bokar?
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To answer your question, we have to look at it from a different perspective. Each market, each country has developed 5G according to a certain strategy. Now, when we look at in the region, in the GCC countries, we have deployed in the early days, among the first in the world, 5G, if I remember, around 2019. Now, there is a misconception about the evolution from 4G to 5G. 5G in many countries in the world has been perceived as an evolution of 4G, which is absolutely wrong. 5G is not only an evolution, it's a revolution in the sense that it's an ecosystem. It is not a natural progress from 4 to 5. It's an environment for connecting everyone, everything, everywhere. As such, 5G is an infrastructure to support the development. So it is not meant initially for the consumer. It's meant for the enterprise, port, airport, and the vertical industries. Now, based on that, I'll be very short. Many countries have promoted 5G as a consumer platform,
Indeed.
a simple evolution from 4 to 5. The way we address it in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Oman, in Bahrain, in UAE, is an infrastructure, an environment. So for the moment, we are on our path to deliver on expectation It's just a recent development.
Okay, thanks very much. So a much more nuanced answer there. Depends on where you are, basically, I think, is what Mr. Bokar is saying. So I'm going to put a question now to Mr. Kyriakos, since he was the most skeptical about what 5G has or has not delivered. Will 6G meet expectations? Will it be the revolution?
Okay. By saying no, it did not deliver up to the expectations, it doesn't mean that 5G failed. On the contrary, it's been a very successful deployment technically, and also there are some use cases that are still... Remember, 5G is just 3 years old.
Indeed.
And it's also affected by COVID. So, and we are working now on the bridge towards the 6G. We're talking about 5G advanced that will come in a couple of years. And 6G will come around 2030. So yes.
At the earliest.
So at the earliest. And then deployment, the real benefits will start probably 12, 15, 20 years down the road. So yes, we need to work on the standards. We need to work on what to expect and what not to expect from 6G. For sure, one thing for sure is that 6G will deliver speeds that are incredible, 100 times faster or more compared to 5G. That is one aspect. But it's not just that. It's much more than just high speed. In new use cases, we will move from virtual reality to extended reality. We will see a network of networks. And also, remember that 6G is just a wireless connectivity technology that will be working hand in hand, not in competition with other connectivity technologies like satellite communication, space communication. So from a user and industry's perspective, we need to examine what can we do to make the best use of this wireless connectivity.
Wireless connectivity, ladies and gentlemen, super, super, super fast, speeds like we've never seen before, and potential that we're only just beginning to think about. It's still in its research phase. Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Kokkinos.
This is an omni-channel approach.
An omni-channel approach. I love that phrase. We'll examine it further in a minute or two. Let's take a look, a very quick leap into the future now. And I'm going to ask all our panelists, what is the connectivity breakthrough that you're most looking forward to and anticipating? And I'm going to start with Mr. Ben Amour, if I may. Can you give us one example of something you're really looking forward to with these omni-channels?
Yes, I would say that all of new technologies are fascinating, but if you want that I speak about only one, let's say Internet of Things, because Internet of Things has widened the scope of the ICT for many other sectors, energy and oil, healthcare, smart cities. So I think that Internet of Things, IoT, is a fantastic tool today in order to make the life of citizens easier, and it's in the sense of the well-being of citizens.
So making the Internet of Things, which is already underway, but into something which is all-pervasive and touches many different sectors. That is something that the future 6G networks are very likely to make into a reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Amour. May I put the same question to you, Mr. Bokar? What is the connectivity breakthrough in the future that you're most looking forward to?
Well, interestingly, there are few of them. It will not be fair to stick to one example. Because
I would like you to stick to one example, please.
When we talk about the broadband network, especially the new generation of Gs, we need to look at from different perspectives because it calls for a collaboration between the different stakeholders across the value chain. One breakthrough is on the regulatory front. We have now most of our regulators, at least in the Middle East, attaining to what we call the G5 regulation, the 5th generation of regulation. Regulators have a tendency now, which is right, to provide economic regulation that will impact the GDP of the nation. That's one. On the technological side, as mentioned by my colleague from Cyprus, 5G, advanced 5G or 5.5G, and heading towards 6G. So But the beauty here is we are starting to be very mindful about the carbon emission, reducing the consumption, and these are the possibilities offered by 6G. On the industry side, we used to work much more on optimizing the cost, profitability. Now, telecom operators, investors are looking into the sustainability, which is a different dimension. And the last one...
And is that more likely to be delivered with
Yes.
6G? Sustainability issues, decarbonization?
Sustainability, number one, from the investment perspective, but sustainability in terms of technology development, and as I was talking about, carbon neutrality. And the fourth point, which is very important, is anything we discuss need unlocking access to capital. We need investment, we need financing, we need funding. And for that also, the capital market with the investors are coming with new financial instruments to be able to support the broadband development. So 4 major breakthroughs: policymakers, regulators, technology development, the industry as a whole, and the multilateral development banks.
And bringing it all together is going to be key to the deployment of future networks. And I'd like to ask you, Mr. Kokinos, your thoughts on that. What are the key advantages or idiosyncrasies of 6G that are going to affect its deployment on scale?
All right. I believe that we need to see this through the lenses of AI. One key difference
We need
between...
to see it through the lens of AI.
Yes. Why? Because in parallel to this technology breakthrough of connectivity, we see advances of generative AI, especially since the developments of the last year. And I believe that 7 years down the road, at best, probably later, when 6G will be deployed, AI will be at a stage where 6G will have AI in a native manner, both in terms of managing the technological infrastructure, as well as in terms of using the use cases, the business models that will be invented through the use of 6G. So we need to understand that, and that will affect the education sector, will affect the way we live, we transact, we communicate at business and social and personal level. So I believe that we will see a deployment of 6G at scale with native AI embedded into it that will facilitate, will ignite unthinkable today things. And another aspect, which is not AI related probably, is the fact that we see a lot of developments on the healthcare sector. I believe that through 6G, we will be able to make our dream come true in terms of predictive and proactive healthcare. We might see sensors floating on our bloodstream. Yes, science fiction,
yes.
but look 20 years back. Things that we live today were science fiction back then. So I believe that 6G will ignite unthinkable use cases that will, it's our responsibility to approach 6G in an ethical and responsible manner for positive use cases and not negative use cases.
Let's hope you're right, Mr. Kokinos. So I want to put the same question to you from a telecoms point of view, Mr. Bokar. What is it about the distinguishing features of 6G that are going to determine its deployment on scale?
Well, as mentioned, 6G is still in the lab. It will not be here before 2030. A lot is required between the different stakeholders. Standardization, scale, interoperability, and we will be having lots of challenges in terms of cybersecurity because now the frontiers become much more blurred. It opens lots of...
What do you mean by that? The frontiers will be more blurred and therefore it will have cybersecurity implications?
Well, let's look at the network design and the architecture from 5G going forward. We are starting to have a generation of infrastructure-based, software-based infrastructure. So 5G Advanced and 6G, we will see the cloudification flourishing. As such, in terms of investment and network deployment, we have to address the issues of cross-border data transfer. We will have to address, I would say, GDPR, so the protection of data and the people. So we are coming to a stage where, in terms of challenges that we'll be facing in terms of cybersecurity, will be major. Now, cybersecurity is not only about technology. It's less about technology, much more about strategy and mindset. This is something probably that we will be able to address. So the governance is extremely important between the different stakeholders. Government, private sector, and all the rest could fall into what we call the third party. One important aspect, the edge and device that will be connected to the network. We will be having billions of digital assets that might be compromised on the network. So we have intelligent network from 5G to plus. The problem that we are facing is the standardization of the devices that will be connected to the network. We have endless examples.
Indeed. Mr. Ben-Amour, can I ask you, what do you think the cybersecurity implications are going to be of next-gen networks like 6G, especially since data collection is going to happen on an unimaginably greater scale, as we just heard from Mr. Bokhar? How can they be managed?
Yes, as you said, all the new technologies are driven by data, and now we are collecting more and more data for each service that we are delivering for citizens, for people. So the implication regarding the cybersecurity issue is the data, and principally the question of privacy, because we are collecting many data, many personal data, and there is a concern about how we will manage this data. And in my point of view, I think that this is very important to create some kind of regulation regarding the data management usage and to protect mainly the personal data. This is the most important fear regarding the new technologies and the big amount of data that they are managing.
Indeed. So, Mr. Kokinos, we were just hearing from Mr. Bokhar about the importance of governance. It's going to be even more important because you're going to have data flowing across borders, for instance, more private sector, more public sector interaction. So can I ask you, what do you think it's going to mean in terms of collaboration, in terms of bringing parties together? It sounds like there might be a geopolitical aspect.
Oh, yes, absolutely there are geopolitical aspects as well. And in the history of connectivity, since the Marconi time in the early 90s,
1900s, yes.
Until recently, unfortunately, cyber has not been a team sport, and it should be. Throughout our journey of getting a digitally connected world, we made two design errors in this journey. One is that cyber was always coming as an aftermath.
An afterthought, yes.
An afterthought.
Yeah.
And the second is that we forgot, in our excitement to create this connected world, and we have an always connected world, we have a design error that we forgot to include an off switch. We cannot get switched off. And 6G will not have an off switch either. So cyber is very important to come in a collaborative and proactive way rather than an afterthought.
From the beginning?
From the beginning, because the risk is increasing exponentially, or the challenges, I wouldn't say risk. And there are chapters on cyber security around the to-be connectivity of 6G that we did not yet write, we did not yet structure. So collaboration, and this is the purpose of this, so among the key purposes of this event yesterday and today, is how do we get collective wisdom together? How do we collaborate across border? Because connectivity is boundless. We don't
So
have
are you
boundaries.
saying that we need to begin to think about harmonization and regulation across different stakeholders and countries
Yes,
much earlier?
And at multiple levels. The technological layer is one thing, but remember, 6G is just one network of many networks that will be connected together. So we need to have a holistic architecture. We need to have a technological understanding how each one is impacting the other, how each transaction. And one of the key aspects that I wanted to touch, about 2-3 years ago, when Metaverse was announced, I started thinking, okay, are we talking about humanization of machines or mechanization of humans? And it was a kind of philosophical or ethical question to sociologists and psychologists. But now with 6G, that is becoming a reality, potentially. And we need to also touch it from the technology point of view, because the virtual reality will become a reality and even an extended reality. So cyber is a team sport that we need to start working today, and through the standards, the architecture standards at all levels, privacy, interoperability, etc., is important.
Hence this discussion here at the Global Cybersecurity Forum, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Bokar, can I ask you, from the telecoms point of view, how can telcos bring together their skills, their experiences, to ensure that the deployment of the next gen, including 6G networks, tackles cybersecurity problems from the outset?
I think it's a great opportunity, and everybody in the room worldwide can attest that we have lived the pandemic, the health crisis, early 2020. And we have seen that our entire social, professional life was supported by the robust telecommunication infrastructure that has been provided by the service providers, resilient, and our children keeps going to school, connected to the hospitals. So the network infrastructure is extremely important, and we have to make sure that it remains resilient. To be able to do that, we need the support and cooperation from government to ensure that we keep having this resilience. 6G is coming with all the advantage presented by Kyriakos. We need more cyber security, but we need less cyber control. Cyber security.
What do you mean by that? More cyber security, but less cyber control?
More cyber security in terms of instrument to be able to provide trust to the network, but we need to empower the users. That's what I meant by less cyber control. We need more security, less cyber control. That's number one. Number two, with all these challenges brought by the new network of networks, operators need to invest much more, and they need to be incentivized. So from the private sector point of view, investment, solid and robust network. From the government, we need government to champion that approach, to stimulate human investment, capacity building, awareness with the population. Telecom operators, last point, have an opportunity to provide an extremely valuable value proposition, because today they are dealing with the enterprise. They can provide an entire secure network. And we also have to be mindful about another specific aspect, which is cyber safety, child online protection, because schools are being connected. Now, one last point, Nisha, if you allow me. We still have 36% of the world population not connected. More or less about 2.6 billion people.
Not connected at all.
Not connected at all. And that is one of the SDGs objective by 2030, to bring the whole planet online. So by having 2.6 billion people connected to the current connectivity process, we are adding more challenges into the network, and we need to build trust. So I believe, from my perspective, that telecom networks have a great role to play, provided that they are supported by the entire ecosystem.
Mr. Bokhar, thank you very much. Mr. Ben Amour, I'm going to give you the final word. What do you think are the highest priority actions from a security point of view that will need to be undertaken to protect the environments of the next-gen networks?
Yes, let me say first that we are shifting more and more from the traditional world to the cyberspace. And when getting in cyberspace today, new digital technologies, applications, services helped a lot people to make their lives easier and easier. But they create a lot of challenges, a lot of risks, and this is the role of cybersecurity bodies. That's why I think that there is a need of first international cooperation in order to have a same and concerned point of view regarding the risks and the challenges and the way how to face them. There is also a very big need for standardization because, you know, today with artificial intelligence services and applications, the risk is very important and the life of people is under the hand of some people that might not be good as we want. So there is a need for standardization. And the third thing is regulation at the stage of national, regional, and also international.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Amour. So what I've taken away from this conversation is the importance of thinking about cybersecurity early and not as an afterthought, as we heard from Mr. Kokinos. The importance of standardization, we just heard from Mr. Ben Amour, and the importance of government support and international support to growing networks, new networks, at an early stage, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, we're trying to expand the number of people who are in the connected world. A third of the global population isn't yet. So while we're bringing in all these new possibilities and virtual reality, we're also bringing on lots of global citizens into the potential of the digital world. So the challenges are great indeed. I found it really interesting. I hope you have too. Let's put our hands together to thank our eminent panelists, Mr. Kyriakos, Mr. Ben Amour, and Mr. Bokhar.
Safe Surfing, Understanding Child Online Activity. Ian Drennan, Executive Director, We Protect Global Alliance. Dr. Yuan Park, Founder, DQ Institute. Dr. Maymoon Al-Khalil, Secretary General, the Family Affairs Council, Saudi Arabia. Rebecca McLaughlin, Eastham, Moderator. International TV Anchor, MC and Media Trainer.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all again on day 2 of GCF 2023. We have a very important topic to discuss in this panel, and it is all our responsibility to listen up and to protect the children of the world online. How do we make sure that they are well educated, that they are protected, that they are responsible when they grow into digital citizens? There are so many present threats, there are so many emerging ones, not least with the advent of AI, with deep fakes, and many new challenges that we will talk about. It's not as simple as removing their devices. We can't unplug the internet. We can't prevent progress. So how can we best inform and protect them? I have an esteemed panel of guests to help me drill down into these important topics. Thank you for joining me, one and all. Shukran. Let me start by asking you, Dr. Al-Khalil, tell us a little bit about the Council, the work that you do, and also the latest findings, the reports and initiatives that you will be launching.
Thank you. Good morning, and it's very happy to be with you today. The Family Affairs Council specializes in the family as a unit, in empowering its members, in instilling values, and in ensuring cohesion. Particularly, we're interested in the best interest of women, children, and the elderly, and the family as a unit as a whole. We are very alarmed by the numbers that are coming out on child online safety and the risks that are involved with that. And so it is our responsibility to, first of all, study the current situation, understand what is going on at the national level, and then begin to plan ways in which we can address some of these risks. We know that Saudi children are online by percentages that are almost up to 99%. We know that they are very active, they are socializing online, they are communicating online, they are playing online, they are being entertained online. And so that is a reality that we need to face. In addressing the issues and the risks that come with online communication, we also know that there are risks to their safety, there are risks to the content that they are seeing, there's risks associated with who they communicate with, and we know that there is the line separating the virtual world and the actual world is slowly disappearing. And so what happens in terms of cyberbullying, for instance, that is occurring online, it is coming offline as well by the same harassers. And so in response to these risks that we have noticed, we are very happy to be launching next week at our family forum on November 12th, the National Child Safety Online Framework, where we convened and had many debates and many discussions with over 25 stakeholders from the industry, from the government, from the civil society, where we came together and identified who the main stakeholders are and identified the roles that we want for them to take on and put that together into a 5-year plan and under this framework. And we will be launching it, and I extend an invitation to everyone here to join us next week, where we will be discussing how we can make sure we are implementing this plan, and the Family Affairs Council will be in charge of implementation and tracking and reporting.
Thank you very much. Ian, the important work that you do at We Protect, talk to us about your latest findings and also the new threats that are emerging, not least extortion.
Thank you very much. So at We Protect Global Alliance, we bring together experts from government, from the private sector, from civil society, intergovernmental organizations to develop solutions to one of the most serious threats facing children online, child sexual abuse. And we heard His Excellency earlier today highlighting the risks posed by child sexual abuse material online and the need for international action to address it. We published a global threat assessment last month. It's on our website, it's available in Arabic as well. And one of the key things we found was that the threat is growing, so we're seeing an increase in material appearing online, and it's diversifying. So an example is we're seeing an increase in financial extortion. So where children, particularly targeting adolescent boys, are duped into providing intimate images of themselves and then that's then used to blackmail them. And the consequences of that are really serious. Boys have taken their own lives as a result of this. And now we're also seeing AI coming in. So that image isn't necessarily even of them. It could be a deep fake. So these are all issues that we have to address as policymakers. And I really applaud the initiative to launch a holistic framework to address this within the Saudi government. I think it's incredibly positive and progressive work.
Thank you very much. Dr. Parks, from your work at the DQ Institute, holistic approaches is very much something that you believe in too, but talk to us about your latest findings, the safety index findings that you have recently released.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to share the stage together with two esteemed speakers. Last year in this stage, we announced the 2022 Child Online Safety Index. And this is our fourth publications on Child Online Safety Index, and which we titled Persistent Cyber Pandemic. We actually track exposure to cyber risk, including cyberbullying and sexual exploitations and risky content and contact and so on. And what we found is that from 2017, 70% of children aged 8 to 18 have been experienced at least one cyber risk. And this number has been a little bit fluctuated, but consistently about 70% across 7 years. Of course, there's an increase in certain risk and decrease in certain risk. But what we found is that is across the regions, before, during, after COVID, this persistency exists. What does it mean? It is not just about the children issue. It is not just about the education issue. It's not just about family issue. There's a persistent issue that we need to address together as a policymakers and industry leaders as part of the big frameworks of cyber risk. So I really appreciate Kingdom's approach as a collective approach to address this issue. And we'd love to support if there's anything that we need to support the Kingdom.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Al-Khalil, let me come back to you in terms of policy and regulation. So important to really reinforce our efforts when it comes to protecting children around the world, not least in the Kingdom. What would you suggest are next steps, next important milestones and regulations when it comes to protecting them?
Well, I believe that the family plays a major role. We are surrounding these children. We need to have a very open conversation about these threats. We need to know who they are speaking to. We need them to feel they are comfortable to speak to us about any threats, anything making them uncomfortable online. They need to know that we are their #1 supporter and that without judgment, we will help them. Now, that is in terms of the family surrounding them immediately, but the child has several spheres of existence, and so in this framework, there is a role for the education system. We need to have the same conversation in schools. Teachers need to be able to detect if there is any threat going on and need to include this awareness about what could happen and the risks that are online in their conversations and lessons. We also have to acknowledge that there is a mental risk here affected and connected with cyberbullying and with other threats online. And so health-wise as well, we need to be aware and be able to detect if there is any health issue that we need to address as well. And so reporting lines, helplines need to be also playing their role here and making sure that we have very clear reporting systems. Once that is reported, we need to have the legislation in place as well, and we need to have law enforcement mobilization so that even the offenders, before the children, know that if anything of this is ongoing, that there will be consequences. And so, from this comes the holistic approach where we understand that a country alone perhaps cannot do much. We understand that this is a global problem. However, we can, nation by nation, at least make in place the infrastructure to be able to counter and address these challenges instantly, as the repercussions are quite profound.
Thank you. Ian, as much as we can be prepared, as much as we can put legislation and regulation in place, a lot of it does rest with the child and their confidence, as we were saying, to share the information, to share their fears. How do we encourage them to do that, especially if they're unaware of the real threats out there, not least with deep fakes, as you say, with AI?
It's a real challenge, and I think it's really important to emphasize to the child that the burden is not on them. Like, we should be, as a community, as a global community and as a national community, kind of, exactly as you said, say that we are there for you, we are there to help. And I think that goes to private sector companies, it goes to governments, everyone has a role to play on this. But I think it's really important that children have the tools and should feel empowered to make the choices that they need to when they're online. So that I think it should be as user-friendly as possible. And that's, again, for the private sector to design it right from the get-go so that it's easy to report something that you feel uncomfortable with, so that you're able to block someone easily. And I think just to keep that system in place around them so that they're able to take advantage of all the opportunities that there are online, but do it in a safe way.
I suppose that's my question. What is the level of collaboration between the public and the private sector, and certainly with the tech and the software engineers? Are they speaking to governments? Are they speaking to bodies like yours about creating entertaining, edutaining, but safe, engaging environments online?
I think there's a lot of positive things we can point to. I think we can look at things like putting positive default settings in for child users, so that when they log in to use a service, that they have the highest levels of privacy, that they have the highest levels of protection. But also I think that there is that dialogue and connection, because there are some things like referring to law enforcement that only governments can do. So I think there needs to be a collaborative response, and it also needs to be a cross-sector response.
Thank you. Dr. Park, what have you seen in terms of encouraging or positive developments, not least in the public and the private sector, that give you hope that we're moving into a safer space, education-wise, when it comes to initiatives, or even with those tech and software developers?
Well. This is a $1 million worth question. Before going into that, I want to actually echo back to this morning session that His Excellency mentioned about the sustainability. Because I found it is quite interesting analogy that we wanted to actually bring up. Because a lot of times the children issue is not the center of cybersecurity discussion. Why is that? I want to actually ask that, because we can actually discuss about a million things that private sector, governments, and families, and education can do. But before we even go into that, why children issue has been so neglected? Because I've been speaking about this topic for 15 years. I think same with Ian, and same with our core speaker. And nothing has been changed. Do you feel the frustrations, actually?
Well, let's ask them, just to pause there.
Yeah.
How many people here believe that it should be a top priority when we're talking about cybersecurity?
This is how it's supposed to be. So I'd like to boldly suggest, we have this 1.45 Celsius degree. When we talk about the climate action, we have set the goal. 1.5 Celsius degree, no more will be permitted, right? Just like that, we have a 70% cyber risk exposure among children. Can we target at least 50%? Can we work together based on the research, based on the scientific approach? We work together, bring down this number to 50%. Can we work together with that? I think we need a collective approach, at the same time, collective target, and which I'd like to suggest that, GCF can take the leadership to make this happen. And that's I'd like to see as a first target that we want to have.
What is the barrier? What do we need to remove to make that happen?
Exactly. So we need to start with family, right? We need to ensure that there will be the right frameworks from education, from the Minister of Education to set the digital skills frameworks, starting with the digital citizenship that teach children AI and digital safe and responsible and ethical way. That's for sure. That's minimum. Family, children, education, that's number one. But at the same time, we need to ensure, like Ian just mentioned, we need to ensure that ICT company to have the right frameworks to self-regulate their technology to be safe from the starting point. We just share about the several functions, but we need to think about safety by design as a very core of their technology development, user empowerment, content moderation, age-appropriate measure. At the same time, lastly, most importantly, is about the unified reporting about their transparency report. Current transparency report, if you see that, if you compare the transparency report from Meta and TikTok, can we make it consistent measure so that we know who is responsible and what risk they're permitting to happen in their platform? And lastly, we need to have the right policy and regulations. And what I actually was quite encouraged about that this whole public health-wide ecosystem that Saudi is building, it is from the end to end, when prevention to intervention and reporting and intervention again. It has to be as a virtuous loop that we have to create. So we work so hard to get our technology infrastructures to get in place. Look at this kingdom, and look at how we are actively using social media and digital media, which is great. But now we want to move into the next phase. We need to really think about the sustainability, not just in the digital physical place, but also digital place.
Thank you very much. Doctor, let me come to you. Controversial question, but is there enough funding? Is there enough research? Is there enough data collection, enough development on every front when it comes to making sure that we ring fence and safeguard our children? Is there enough attention going into this important issue, which we all agree should be a top priority?
A very important question. From where I'm standing, no matter how much we do, I'll still feel like we need to do more. I believe that we need to prioritize child online safety when it comes to funding, and I implore all the entities to make that a priority. I think also that there are some very good opportunities that we can, even in situations where there could be a lack of funding, to utilize and capitalize on other sources of expertise. And I want to take an opportunity to thank the UNICEF for helping us and providing the expertise required and the international expertise and in coming up with this framework. And so there is a lot to leverage on, and I don't believe that lack of funding or that lack of opportunities should stop us from continuing to work. But I do believe that enough funding will go a long way in especially awareness campaigns and in bringing to the fore that although we will do everything in our might and this framework to ensure a safe space for children, in the end it is just the child facing that screen. And so we need to make sure we are putting all our might into their ability to identify risks, what to do when they do sense a risk, how it, assertiveness, resistance to peer pressure, knowing who to speak to, knowing also that they have a role as a bystander and not to allow any cyberbullying to occur. And so there's so much to be done. Funding is key, research is key, measurement, I cannot agree more, is key. And so we need to have an especially unified way of measuring and assessing progress is key. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to continue that cycle of intervention and initiatives followed by implementation and then evaluation and intervention and restarting that cycle again.
Thank you very much. Ian, talk to me about your greatest concerns, speaking frankly going forward, but also what gives you the greatest hope? Because even if we don't have children, we all know children, we have them in our family. So what do you see that we don't?
So I would say I'd like to pick up on the back of Dr. Al-Khalil's point about funding. I think there is funding there, there's not enough, and it's not evenly spread. So this is, so during this week, so I'm here in Riyadh. I have a colleague in Nauru speaking with the Pacific Islands Law Enforcement Association. I have another colleague who's in London at the AI Summit. What we were struck by is the shared experience and the shared appetite for engagement on online safety. It resonates around the world in these incredibly different places. But you could have a victim in Saudi Arabia, you could have a perpetrator in Ireland, you could have, and they could be using software or a service that's headquartered in Korea. This is a problem where we can't, build a boundary around it on a national basis and say, right, we've got a perfect solution, because that's not how the internet works. It's not something where we can invest nationally and then expect to resolve the problem globally. So I think a concern is that there's not enough funding out there. It's not being directed enough towards prevention, so stopping the harm before it happens, and that it's not being shared evenly. I think in terms of grounds of hope, because I think that's really important to finish on, we are seeing progress. So I think the very fact that I'm sitting here talking about this issue and seeing the words child sexual abuse appearing up there in large letters up on that screen, 5-6 years ago, I don't think that would have happened. I don't think I would have been able to do that. I think that we're getting to grips with these issues that we face as a global community that are difficult, that are challenging, that are uncomfortable, that make me as a parent sometimes want to look away. But I think we owe it to children not to look away, to grip the opportunities that we have to make things better. And we've seen legislation happening all around the world. We're seeing a framework right here in Saudi Arabia. We're seeing legislation to regulate the digital world in countries as diverse as Nigeria, Singapore, the UK, Ireland, Australia. People are recognizing that we need to set a baseline here. We need to set a baseline for action. So I think we have seen progress. I agree with Yichun that we haven't seen enough, but we're seeing momentum building. And I think now is an opportunity to really leverage that to turn the tide.
Thank you very much. Dr. Parks, removing the taboo, be it cultural, societal, even within families, getting that conversation and the dialogue flowing as well as the funds into development in this area is so important. As Ian says, we've made strides, not far enough, but we're getting there. Again, your biggest concern when it comes to the tangible risks and your greatest hope going forward?
Yes, we are gaining the momentum on this, and then we'd love to see the more practices, more holistic practices that's described in the kingdom. But at the same time, it is very important for us to notice that now Web 2 and Web 3 and Metaverse and Generative AI, everything is just going to boom. What is going to be like to our children? We don't have an answer. So it is very difficult for us to stop the speed of technologies, but at the same time, we have to be mindful about that. These changes will change the dynamic on the human's life, especially starting with our children. So With that regard, I think it is very important for us to really focus and mobilize our effort to understand what is coming risk, because we have to be more ahead of the curve. That was His Excellency talked about this morning. We can predict. We have enough smart people in this room and also who is actually working together. Think about what's coming, new risk to our children in our living room. It's not about somebody else's issue. It is my issue, your issue, our issue. So we need to really more proactive, and that would be the very important part, that we need to have the more provocative discussions.
Thank you. Doctor, the final word to you. As a parent, but also in your capacity, of course, at the Council, what concerns you the most, but also gives you the greatest hope of how our conversation will hopefully have moved on when we meet this time next year?
I guess what concerns me most is the unknown and the unexpected. Knowing the challenges now, we are putting the what measures we could in place. And we are willing to follow through and make sure that all these plans are implemented. However, AI is something that we are honestly watching very closely. And I believe that, and that is why I'm talking about the role of family and about focusing on the child and keeping this conversation going nationally and internationally. And having these reports coming up annually where we could, as best, look ahead and prepare these children for a future we honestly don't know what it would look like or what it will be. But prepare them as much as we can, personality-wise, in regulating and facing obstacles as they come. And therefore, I would like to end on a happy and optimistic note, but I do realize that we have a lot to do still.
And just as practical tools for those in the room who may be interested, where can people find out more information, and are there specific apps or protective tools that they can use to help monitor their children's activity? What would you recommend?
Yeah, I recommend seeking knowledge everywhere, honestly. There are wonderful reports coming out. There are short videos for parents to see. And as part of the framework, there will be a very huge awareness campaign following the social and behavioral change approach. And so there will be a lot of, as part of this framework, a flooding of awareness snippets where just parents know what kind of parental controls they should be aware of, how to approach an issue, pinpointing and finding, detecting elusiveness or sadness or disinterest in family affairs in the child, and trying to approach it in a way that would allow the child to open up. And so I believe knowledge seeking is very important on all platforms, and we're happy to use the Family Affairs platform as a source for this information.
Thank you so much. And of course, your respective agencies have lots of information too. All of that can be found online. Ladies and gentlemen, my incredible panel, please thank them for their contribution here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a coffee break for 10 minutes. Reframed, the human costs of cyber insecurity. His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Abdel Hafid, Chairman of the Executive Bureau, Egyptian Supreme Cybersecurity Council. Dan Kempin, Director, National Cybersecurity Directorate, Romania. Major General Retired Engineer Mohammed Abdelaziz Bouerki, Chief National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, Kuwait. Ryan Chelkut, Moderator, Master of Ceremonies, former Bloomberg, CNN, CBS, PBS, and Fox News.
Well, it's so nice to see so many of you are still here. We must be doing something right at the Global Cybersecurity Forum. This panel, as you've probably seen in your programs, is called Cyber Costs Reframed. The idea is we're used to measuring financial losses, economic losses, when it comes to cyber activity, cyber disruption, cyber attacks, cyber crime. Less used and perhaps less skilled at talking about the direct human harm that can come from cyber disruption. So that's what we're going to do just now with my three esteemed panelists who were just introduced, so we won't have to go through that again. Thank you so much for joining us. I like this topic because we can really take it where we want to, but we need to kind of nail some things down before we get into it. So Dan, let me do that with you. Let's start with where the harm can be done. In other words, what cyber-related systems are most vulnerable to malicious cyber activity when it comes to causing us humans?
Thank you so much, Ren, for the question. Most intuitively are the devices, the systems that are the closest to our own person. So
the
phones and tablets and the laptops and so on. Simply because we saw it in the last years, thanks to the very aggressive digital transformation, we install plenty of applications, plenty of tools. We have plenty of data, so on devices that are really, literally on our person. And they are the ones that influence and impact our daily life, our relations, our communication, our work, actually. So everything that impacts a device that I'm using on a daily basis, definitely it harms me in a variety of ways. Whether I lose productivity, or I lose money, or I lose time, or I get impacted in a negative manner in the way I do my work and my activity.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ahmed Abdel Hafiz, I'm trying to figure out, Your Excellency, if Dan's point just now was kind of obvious and simple as a result of being obvious, or actually a bit profound. So if you could weigh in on that. And also, let's zoom out, okay? Phone, I think we all understand that our phone can, and losing control of the data on our phone can cause us trouble. If we zoom out, what kind of macro problems can we run into?
Yeah, I would like first to thank Saudi Arabia for inviting me for this great event. Thank you very much for the hospitality and for the great event. First of all, let us talk about, if you are talking about any digital transformation or any kind of to help the prosperity of the human being or to well-being for the human. So any cyber attack will harm the human being, even is direct or indirect. So coming up with my friend Dan saying about the phones, there is a psychological disease right now called nomophobia, no mobile phone phobia.
Yes.
So the fear of losing your mobile phone. Since whole life on your phone, bank accounts, your credential, your social engineering, your WhatsApp, everything is on your phone. So if you lost your phone, even if you lost the battery of your phone, you are feeling you are always checking the life of your phone if it's gonna lose the battery or not. So there is a lot of activities if cyber attack will harm this will have a direct impact on the human being, which is indirect or indirect, like healthcare property, like ITS, Intelligent Transportation System, which will be intelligent transformation, emergency service systems, which will be digitized. All this service will be digitized. So will be affected with cyber attack, will have an impact or direct or indirect in the human being and the well-being of the human. So everything, every cyber attack, whatever it has a direct impact on the human or not a direct impact, will have a bad impact on the human being, about his well-being, about his life. Even in the societal environment itself, for the cyberbullying and the cyberbullying and the social engineering, using abusing of the small girls or something like that. All these activities will be harming the human activities. You know.
Thank you very much. And that term again was no phone?
No mobile phone phobia. Nomophobia. It's called the nomophobia, no mobile phone phobia.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think there might be some people in the audience suffering from that right now.
For the psychologists, it's known 8 years ago. It's not a new disease here.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Engineer Borky, we also just heard about healthcare. So is healthcare a big concern when it comes to human harm?
First of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for Saudi Arabia for having us here, and I have to greet Saudi Arabia for having the World Cup hosting for the next few years. Second of all, for answering your question, as you said, it's a wide answer question. Healthcare has become, the last few years, one of the highest assets for ransomware attacks, as well as financial sectors.
Healthcare's close to financial.
Let's say healthcare was the first, statistically, the first high asset was targeted by ransomware attackers. And because it makes money, and money is everything, and because they encrypt data for patients, which cause disruption for executing surgeries around hospitals. That's why it becomes a high target. Now, statistically, also financial sectors has become one of the highest assets. Money has been always is the highest asset for everything. And if we want to go also wider with that, any high asset information which lays in a system, it becomes a high asset. For example, smartphone. Your smartphone, if it doesn't have any sensitive information or bank information, it won't be a harm if you're being attacked.
Sure.
But what lays inside actually the system, whether it's a smart system or IoT, Internet of Things system, which is attached to the big wide network, it becomes a high asset. Various and as emerging technology becoming very fast evolving and very fast changing, also the high asset for attacks become changing by the time and by how important actually this smart or system is important. So for example, also, as Dr. Hafiz said, military system has been always a high asset, healthcare system, and I can add on also oil sectors has become also one of the highest assets. Yeah. So you cannot just define whether this is a high asset this year or next year. So it becomes a high asset when it becomes a target. So you will not be targeted unless you are an important entity or a system or a high target for as a governmental, let's say, target.
Thank you. Dan, can you give us an example of an attack on a healthcare system or a part of a healthcare system that caused direct human harm?
Absolutely. As we all may know, about 3 years ago in September 2020, it was the first, I think it was the first ever documented, unfortunate human death due to a ransomware attack. It happened in Germany, in Düsseldorf, where due to a ransomware attack on a hospital, actually one patient was impossible to be treated by the doctors and had to be moved from one hospital to another. And actually, the root cause of the death of that patient, unfortunately, was assessed, was ruled out as being that particular ransomware attack. And let's just imagine that one hospital that is treating 1,000 patients every single day due to a cyber attack is not able to handle 1,000 patients a day, but I don't know, 100 or 200. So the risk, it's gigantic. And honestly, no manager of the hospital, no authority can afford such risk. And we as regular users, we should be aware that any disruption in this sector can produce a tragic impact on our lives.
And how well are we prepared to deal with those kind of attacks right now?
I'm choosing carefully my words now. Unfortunately, I think there are plenty of challenges and risks over there. The healthcare sector systematically in many, many countries is not the most mature one from a cybersecurity perspective. And it's simply because there is a proliferation of very specialized technologies for healthcare. It's also a proliferation of digital technologies that support the infrastructure of hospitals. And thanks to this, it's very difficult and very complex to have a very, let's say, good security baseline for the sector as a whole. It's also one of the sectors that needs very, very high investment, because lives could be impacted, because patients are at risk in case something goes wrong. And I truly believe that is one of the sectors that should be systematically on the top of the agenda of the national cybersecurity competent authorities in terms of focus and investment.
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the so-called attack surface, where these attacks can happen. Your Excellency, Dr. Hafiz, if you could talk a little bit about, how one measures the impact of these things, if it's not financial, if there isn't a, how do you, because governments are good at dealing with problems that they can measure, and money is easy to measure, but what about like what we've just been talking about?
Yeah, are you talking about the role of the government to withstand the cybercrime will impact as a human being? I'm always saying awareness is a very important issue. All the government will take care about it to raise the awareness of the human being, how to deal with the digital transformation in a safe manner. So all governments all over the world are moving right now for the digital transformation to make the life of the people very easy or something like that. But in the other way, you should learn with them how to deal with digital transformation in a safe manner by awareness, by regulations, by laws. So if the people know how to deal with the digital transformation, with the digital life, for all life, even if financially, on the health care or transportation and every service in a safe manner, will reduce the cyber attack with at least from 80 to 90%. For that to protect themselves from to be attacked even personally, or if this person is an employee of any organization of any government, if he's going to be attacked officially, his official credential, for example, his official email, if this has been attacked, the whole organization will be attacked. The mail server of the whole organization will be attacked. So awareness is the most important thing to help the people to deal with the digital transformation in a safe manner. Second one, to put a very strict regulations and rules to be followed by the people and the officials in the government. So if we are talking about the human being, a normal human being like children, like the women, like the elderly or the disabilities, you have to learn with them how to deal with the digital transformation. For example, in Egypt, we are a big country, of about 40% of the population under 18, which is by law considered as children. So right now we are making child online protection strategy to help the children to get benefit from using the internet, but in a safe manner. So using regulations help the people to know their rights. The other thing is the law. We have many laws in Egypt right now for anti-criminal, anti-cyber criminal laws, for the data privacy law. So if we are issuing this law, but the people didn't know about this law, they didn't know that this activity may be criminalized, or they didn't know how to get that rights if had been attacked by something else. So as I said, as the most critical three activities in any nation should do to withstand these cyber attacks, which will be harm directly for the human beings, awareness, regulation, and the laws.
Thank you very much. Engineer Borky, we heard there from His Excellency about how so much of the population in Egypt is under the age of 18. You can't talk about young people and without talking about privacy, young people sharing, for example, images of themselves amongst themselves. It's quite common now, and then those can get in the wrong hands. How big of a problem is that? And how do you deal with it?
If I want to elaborate on my colleagues' feedbacks, it's a great impact. It's a scary impact. One of the challenges now, it's not about having technical and regulation publications. It could be about budgetary. People or country doesn't have enough budget or the right budget actually to execute publication and regulation for sizing and measuring cyber impacts. And if you can measure it, you can't manage it. So the great impacts about any country individually or collectively. So it has to be a collective approach and a collective collaboration. And I believe, I suggest, since we have now a global medical organization for any coming up pandemics, which they can help poor countries for not having medical. Now there is poor countries which they have poor infrastructure and they don't have the capabilities actually for protecting their cyberspace. So why not having now a global effort which helps other countries to protect? Because this is a vice versa. For example, now if I am a country A which have a good high capabilities in cyber, and a next neighbor country has a weakness in cyber, it could be a threat for me. So now helping the whole surrounding countries which having a great, let's say, plan or executive plan for cyber is a must. And the impact it's devastating, and it could be costing millions of dollars by not having the right strategy or clear objectives and the clear pillars, as my colleague says, awareness, training, and building capabilities in cyber.
And just because you mentioned the word budget there for a moment, we heard during the plenary session the former president of Estonia talking about how she's concerned about the spiraling costs of dealing from a governmental perspective. Not exactly our topic here, but you both are all coming from governments dealing with this issue. She mentioned that the budget of Estonia for combating cybercrime has grown fivefold over the last 5 years. Of course, Estonia has a neighbor that part of the reason why that budget has been going up. But how do you, is that an issue that, attracting the necessary resources to deal with cybercrime in your country and in general for countries right now?
It is an issue. If you don't believe that cyber could be devastating, and now it's the fourth domain in the world, we have physical domains, for example, land, sea, and maritime domains. Now we have a cyberspace domain. Yeah. And it's nothing less than those three physical domains and borders. So now, if you believe now that cyber could take you to a nightmare for any countries, now you will set up the right budgetary. But things, now I'm speaking about many challenges now. It's some countries, and they don't believe now cyber is a threat. Unless
you want to name names
until they have been hit.
You want to name the countries right now?
Many countries. So if you believe that cyber could be power and cyber could be a threat, yeah, it's the way how can you deal with it. And if I want to quote from His Excellency Adel Al Jubair, he mentioned a very important quote that now any country pillars. Now, the top three, I think cyber could be the top three, or it is the top three priorities for any countries. It could hit your economy, it could hit your society, and it could hit your financial system. So this is something you need to we need to actually invest on, and we need to take it in consideration.
Thank you. Dan, if I could bring it back, when we think about the attack surface, and we're going to move on from this and talk about collaboration in a moment, the issue of privacy and protecting your privacy, which we just started to kind of move into, particularly amongst young people. How big of a problem is it, and how do you deal with that?
I think it's a big challenge, honestly. And one of the root causes of being such a big challenge is that, especially the young generation, it's by far better and more proficient than we were in using technologies. And something that we tend to forget is that they get their knowledge and their good practices from each other in the very first place. They tend to not look too seriously at regulatory landscape. Kids and young people, they don't really read cybersecurity related laws. And they get good practices in the way they find it more appealing and receiving it from each other. So we have to address actually this challenge, and also not to forget that simply because they are more experienced in using digital technologies than older generations, we have a shift in the paradigm. So now kids and youngsters are teaching their parents and grandparents on how to behave safely, how to protect privacy, how to protect their data on the internet. So it's something that we should look very, very careful at, and honestly invest a bit more in the knowledge of this young generation to get them to help all of us to get more resilient and more secure in cyberspace.
Your Excellency, how does, we were talking about this over the last day and a half, our favorite emerging technology, AI, how does that complicate threats when it comes to human harm?
Well, as a cybersecurity guys got benefit from using AI, the attacker as well got benefit from using AI to invent a new attack, a zero-day attack, which will be sophisticated, will be very complicated to deal with. So AI, it has both sides. It's a good and a bad one. For the good one, the cybersecurity guys, we're using, for example, if we have a very big data or a very big incident we need to analyze, using AI will help us to accelerate that process. But on the other side, as I said, even if you don't a cybersecurity expert, if you're just a normal one, knowing a little bit about AI, using as a very well-known, that like ChatGPT right now, you ask them to make a new attack, he's gonna do that for you. So AI, it's uncontrollable technology until now, since all the government right now, all the United Nations right now, are looking for how to control or to manage using ethically AI in an ethical manner. Even in the educational service, any student right now can write his report using AI. So AI help the attacker very well to invent a new attacks, as a sophisticated one. So as a security guys, we are suffering right now from a zero-day attack. Zero-day attack, it means that an attack with no fingerprint, for example, So using a new one, so we need to deal with the new attacks every second. Every day right now, there's a new attack using AI. So the span of the attacker has been increased using AI. As I said, you don't have to be an expert for the cybersecurity to be an attacker. But since it gives a lot of money, so a lot of people right now using AI gonna be attacker. So it will be sophisticated. It will be harder for us to withstand this activity using AI.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Engineer Borky, they just had an AI summit in London, which heard the word 50 times in the last several sentences. How do you regulate, moving to the solution end of this conversation, how do you regulate AI so that you don't have these kind of problems?
I think I'll rephrase the question. Can we actually regulate AI? This is the main question.
Yeah.
I don't think it's something constant. AI is fast changing also, and it could be also a power for protection, and it could be a weakness and a threat. It depends the way you use it. So regulating AI is not something I believe, it's not an easy job. It should be constantly changing your publication and policies to keep up with fasting changing technology. AI has been approved both ways, have been approved positive approaches and have been approved negative approaches. AI has been one of the ways of attacking system by the attackers. Also, as well as it has become a good solution in medical sector, for example, for helping surgeries and around the world by using the 5G connectivities. So AI, it's a big topic. AI, it's a deep thought. AI, it's not something we can, I believe, it's not an easy job to regulate.
Yeah. Okay. That's a bit worrisome.
Yeah. This is my thought.
Thank you. Dan, okay, so if we can't, you know, I mean, because we were listening to Jose Barroso, the former president of the European Commission, the other day talk about how it took the European Union 9 years to come up with GDPR. That was a good thing because they got scale, and we all use it now. It's sort of like the global standard, but AI, I don't know, maybe it's another beast, and we probably don't have 9 years. So what should a nation do to control this problem of cyber crimes causing harm to people?
I think, obviously, in the very first place, we should have very good regulatory measures, which is something extremely difficult to put in place. For a very simple reason, technology will be always one step ahead of regulatory environment. So first, technology will come. Cybercrime, for example, will use and exploit vulnerabilities of those technologies and will do harm. And then national competent authorities at the level of one country or group of states, they will have to come with some measures. That's one big challenge. And it's not very easy to align those measures, because if one country is very resilient, very strong in terms of regulatory measures, and others are less mature, basically we don't fix the issue. Then we have to really invest a lot in educating the user. And just to give a simple example, we have to protect millions of users, honestly, either directly in the way they act and they behave on the internet, in cyberspace, or indirectly through the critical infrastructures that need to be resilient, available, and so on. So we have to really work on those dimensions, regulatory measures on one hand, and this is not easy to put in place, especially when it comes to, for example, the ransomware phenomenon, the always debatable issue of do we want to ban payment for ransom or not? How should we tackle this? And no one has a magic solution up to this moment, up to the moment of how to increase education and resilience of regular users, that if we put them together, they become a gigantic attack surface that can be exploited by malicious actors. So what I truly believe is that we have a very serious challenge ahead of us, and we have to focus really systematically on this.
Well, let me pick up on the ransomware idea real quickly with you for a second, because just, I guess, last week, 40 countries came together to agree that they would not pay ransomware on attacks. Now, my assumption was that they were talking about on a national level. So if the United States gets attacked and someone, you know, tries to extract a ransom from the US, I don't know if the US was a signatory to that agreement, then the US wouldn't pay it, just like the other countries, and so they're coming together to try and, but can you, you just mentioned basically banning people from paying ransom. So for example, if someone sends you an email and they say, Ryan, we have some really sensitive information about you and we're gonna share it with the world, you're saying that you would ban me from paying those people to get my information back?
The difficult challenge is how to cascade down decision that is taken at the national level. For example, my country doesn't pay ransomware.
Yeah, that I kind of get.
To cascade it down to private actors, to industry organizations, and ideally cascade it down to the level of users. But how to create this mechanism, how to enforce it, that's very complicated, because at the end of the day, users are autonomous, they behave in their own way, and it's extremely difficult to enforce it, actually. My personal opinion is that we should attempt to ban ransomware payment across the board, simply because by paying a ransom, actually we encourage the phenomenon. We finance the cybercrime, actually.
I want to come over to Your Excellency in a moment, but real quickly, Engineer Borky, I saw you shaking your head. Should countries ban their citizens from paying ransomware?
I don't think there is a correct answer here. It depends on how valuable are, for example, the
My information is very valuable. My private information.
So you answer actually the question is how valuable actually the attacker has taken in national-wide or individual-wide. So for example, now if someone stole your data and the only data that you have is in your smartphone and you don't have a backup for it, would you negotiate?
If it was cheap to get it back, maybe, yeah.
If there is a way and you can get
Low
it back
price.
and it's cheaper, of course you're going to, because this is your life in your smartphone.
Yeah.
Let's take it to the next level. Now, if this information or whatsoever that the attacker has been taken and encrypt those data, and those data can cause a national threat or disruption of services in this country, do you think we cannot negotiate? So, I mean, it depends. I don't think this is something, it could be a one solution in each country, but each country has the right to deal with it how they see it. And I believe if it's for the national interest, I don't think there is a problem to negotiate.
Your Excellency, Dr. Hafiz, I'm going to give you...
Let me add to something to my brothers. The issue of the nations trying to control the ransomware, the losses for ransomware attacks has been increased in the last year, trillions of US dollars. So we are trying globally to control the ransomware, but as His Excellency said, if any organization didn't follow the controls of making 3T1 backup for their assets, so the data right now it become the most important assets. It's going to be the oil of the world right now. The data will be the oil of the global right now. So if any organization didn't control or make a backup for their data, as a punishment, they should pay the ransomware. They should pay the money to get their data back, you know.
I'm going to give you the last word.
Sure.
Are you satisfied with international collaboration to combat the cybercrime that can lead to human harm or just in general cybercrime? Are you satisfied with the international collaboration we have now? And if you're not, because this is GCF and we're all about having a shared action plan and tangible results, give us one thing nations can do to collaborate better.
If you're asking me, I'm satisfied? No, I am not satisfied about. I'm always prefer a word collaboration rather than cooperation.
Yeah.
In Arabic word, collaboration means ta'adud. Cooperation means ta'awun. You know, ta'adud to be shoulder by shoulder to be with a nation. Yeah. Collaboration between nations will help all of us to overcome the cyber attack with keeping the dignity or the classified data for the nation. So cooperation or collaboration doesn't mean to reveal your classified data between nations, yeah. But we should collaborate even regionally in the Arabic world, the Middle East world, and international. Right now, there's many efforts for the whole nation to collaborate to come up with the anti-criminal law. Regional, it's international law. But it's very difficult. Each region has its mindset about the data protection, data privacy, human rights. You know, there's a very conflict here. But if we didn't collaborate, the attacker will be succeed. You know what? We all over the world, the spending for cybersecurity in $1 billion, but the losses in trillions. So we need to change our philosophy for dealing for cybersecurity. And one most important thing of them is the collaboration. Since cybersecurity is a cross-border activity, you didn't control. You have to collaborate with all government to get agree upon certain controls, a certain framework, a certain laws about anti-criminals. You know. So I'm not satisfied. We still have more efforts for collaboration.
Dr. Ahmed Abdel Hafiz, thank you so much. Dan Simpian and Engineer Borky, Your Excellencies, thank you very much for this conversation. We're out of time, but I learned a lot, and I hope you did as well. Please join me in giving a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. Thank you, guys.
Network and Email, Trellix. Philippe Vallee, Executive Vice President, Digital Identity and Security, Thales. Lucy Hedges, Moderator, Technology Journalist and TV Presenter. Professor William Dutton, Martin Fellow, Oxford University's Global Cybersecurity Capacity Center. Emeritus Professor, University of Southern California. David Shaw, Global Chief Technology Strategy Officer, Trend Micro.
Getting that selfie in there, David, I like that. Hi, everybody. It's great to be back on stage here at the Global Cybersecurity Forum on day 2. I hope you're all having a fantastic day so far. And after day 1, I don't doubt for a second that today is going to be another brilliant day of informative and insightful discussions like the one we're about to have on stage right now. So in today's, interconnected and digital world, the threat of cyber attacks is larger than it's ever been before. I don't need to tell you that. And what makes this subject particularly intriguing is that it's not just about technology, it's about human nature as well. So we're going to unravel the mystery behind why humans often fall prey to cyber attacks. From phishing emails and social engineering, there are countless tactics that cyber criminals employ to exploit human fallibility and our cognitive vulnerabilities as a clear point of weakness in cyber systems. And my brilliant bunch of esteemed panelists are going to explore the elements of human error and shed light on the psychological factors that make us susceptible to these kinds of attacks, while offering insights into the potential benefits of industry collaboration and how we can, better protect ourselves and ultimately reduce cyber vulnerabilities to create a more secure cyberspace for everyone. We've got a diverse range of experts with various backgrounds, so I don't doubt for a second that this is set to be a very insightful conversation. So, Philippe, Gareth, Bill, David, how are you?
Oh, great. Great, thanks, Lucy.
Excellent. Okay.
Very well, thank you.
It's good to have you. So I think a great place to start would be by really setting the scene. Let's kind of paint the bigger picture by asking, what are cognitive vulnerabilities in the context of cybersecurity, and how do they differ from technical vulnerabilities? And anyone can grab that one first. Don't be polite.
Well, sure, I guess I can start since everybody's looking at me. My name is David Chow. I want to share a little bit about my past experience working as an IT practitioner. I worked in the US government for 20 years and also working at the White House for President Bush and President Obama. And coming from an IT practitioner standpoint, that I can handle all the technical aspect from the technical vulnerabilities, your patchings, your exploits, your network assessments, anything related to that. But the hardest part to defend is actually the human aspect. The human aspect in terms of, every day, everybody goes through on a daily basis. They have their daily motions. You have your kids that you have to take care of. You may feel up, you may feel down, but because of that daily changes, you may click on something that you typically don't click on. Or somebody could potentially try to exploit your softer side, right? So somebody could be saying that, try to appeal to your nature and say, hey, we're seeking for donation, we're looking for this. Would you mind help us with something like, donating certain money? So you click on the link out of curiosity, and then all of a sudden that creates some sort of a cyber attack. I want to share very quickly about an example. It's not entirely related to cybersecurity, but it's definitely focusing on cognitive vulnerability. So when I was working at the White House, we had to go through an extensive background investigation. Obviously, you're serving the president, you have to do that. We also have to go through FBI reviews, personal interviews, neighbor interviews, as well as going through your assessments of your financial background. The whole concept there is actually to ensure that there is not a level of cognitive vulnerability. So you're making the right decisions, you're not hanging out with the wrong crowd, you don't have large sum of money coming in, or you're not incurring any debt. So that, in a way, it's more from the physical personnel security standpoint, but it's actually tying into the cyber as one enhance on practicing better cyber maturity.
Thanks, David. Anyone want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll add a bit of that. Just to kind of give you a little bit of background, Trellix was the merger of FireEye and McAfee that we brought together about a year or so ago. And we cover about 45,000 enterprises across the globe, a lot here in the kingdom. One of the things that we see is always the attack and really the attempt to exploit the human part of it really focuses maybe on kind of three things. It focuses on familiarity. Does it look like something a user is used to doing? Is there a sense of urgency, something which is like forcing you to make a decision faster or behave in a way that you wouldn't normally do? Is there a personal cost? Maybe it's a corporate cost, maybe it's a personal cost. For example, if I look at my own email that comes to me personally, I seem to have an addiction for buying antivirus software. I must sign up for a year's worth of Norton antivirus at least once a week. So you kind of get this idea that you might have lost your own money, so you're more likely to respond to it. And for us, trying to understand those bits, see how attackers are starting to exploit them, and get people to act almost against their better judgment, because they're putting some of those stresses on them really gets to the heart of the human factor.
Yeah. Just to add one point, I mean, this attack based on people, or let's say human vulnerability, are called also sometimes social engineering. By social engineering, you connect to social networks, which means that people often do not know the number of information they are releasing to the public by putting all their life on their social networks. And typically, one of the things that could be done in training session, for example, within a company, is to explain to people how they could retrieve, for example, the stock of information that Facebook has on them, I should say Meta, has on them about their personal life. Because, I mean, those attackers are using that core information to attack, and like was said previously, and pretend that they know very well the person.
Yeah.
So let's be very careful about the level of information we leave every day on the different social networks.
It really is quite unbelievable how many people don't really realize that the information that they put out there, especially on social media, is so susceptible to these kind of attacks. You know, we're under the impression that this data that's being owned by these big companies is potentially private, but, you know, these attackers are getting smarter and smarter by the day, and being able to tune into all these personal details is really quite mind-blowing. I know so many people that have been, you know, attacked by their personal information that they've put online, and I think it's important for us all to realize that living your life online is fantastic, but also be very selective about the kind of information that you put out there as well. So what about cognitive biases, guys? What does this mean, and how does that affect our behavior online? Do you want to go for that, Bill?
Okay, I think this might be a way of broadening the discussion a bit, because I think we usually mean by cognitive biases, what psychological predispositions do we have that could be played with by bad actors, and I think, or with information that they may have. And I think that's the general way we think about cognitive biases. But my own personal view is that I think more and more the biggest issue is confirmatory bias. That is, we all want to confirm what we already believe to be the truth. And it applies to hacking. I mean, if we really want our printer fixed and we're in an emergency and somebody approaches us and say, hey, I can fix your printer and log on here and whatever, then you want to believe that because it meets a need. But I think in another way, cognitive biases have a much broader, it's a very broad area that we're talking about. And I would link it right now to the rise of what I would call cognitive politics, which is it derives from the emergence of cognitive warfare, in the sense that in earlier days, we'd take up propaganda and influence campaign and advertising, shaping your opinions about a person or a product or a thing. And I think increasingly, propaganda and influence campaigns are focused on shaping your beliefs. So instead of shaping attitudes, we're shaping beliefs. What is the truth? So what is the border of this country? What is the history of this person? And so forth. So that what that means is increasingly we shape how people vote or how people side with different issues by shaping their beliefs about the whole subject matter. And so this is really a big issue where I think that, I don't know if it's too broad for this panel, but I think that we have to think more and more about cognitive politics, because it undermines what we believe, and it may undermine, it may really harm trust in the internet and trust in information, because we don't know whether we're being played by particular individuals or trying to shape what we believe, rather than simply whether we're positively or negatively disposed to a person.
Yeah, it's enough to make you super paranoid, isn't it?
Can I give an example? So when I was, obviously I worked for 3 different presidents, and when there's a change in administration, you see that the television news channel that the political appointee watch is actually different. So when Republican is actually in charge, you see Fox News. That's conservative news, right? And then when you see Democrats, when they're in charge, you actually see pervasively CNN. So that's an example where they want to be confirmed of their viewpoints, these politicians or these political appointees, and that's very interesting in terms of, rather than looking at it from a broader point of view, they just want to confirm their own assumptions and be able to move forward with their assumptions.
Yeah. Absolutely. So let's give a few examples now. What are some of the most common types of cyber attacks? We've touched on a few examples, but if you've got any more to add, I'm sure the audience will appreciate that. So what are the common types of cyber attacks or psychological tricks that attackers use to manipulate victims and, obviously target these human cognitive vulnerabilities, and why are they so effective? Go on,
I'll
Gareth.
take that first of all. So one of the things I think it's also worth thinking about is, what's the call to action that an attacker actually wants? You can spend a lot of time thinking about, how you might construct a phishing email, how you might influence someone and get them to respond to something. But you've actually got to get them to do something in order to have an effect. So it might be intelligence operations. As you say, it might be changing the way they think, changing the way they vote. That's too big for me to worry about, right? Working in a cybersecurity firm, I care really about helping our customers keep their organizations safe, keeping their citizens safe. And what we've seen is different waves of different attacks. So for example, there'll be a lot which talk about VIP impersonation. You get a text message from your CEO saying, I want you to go and do something, you must go and do it now. That's a great way to get people to respond because it's a position of authority. But what does your CEO normally ask you to do? It's kind of unlikely that he's going to say, I need you to transfer money to this organization you've never heard of and isn't set up in your systems. Our business practices go against that. So you don't get people to act even though the authority is there. And your CEO sending you a text message and say, I want you to run down the road and go and buy some gift cards. That's not usual either, so it doesn't work. What does work are things like credential phishing. So we see a lot of campaigns really focused on people trying to get someone's credentials, because that's the most valuable thing you can use as a way to go launch another attack. So we'll see pop-ups pretending to be a log-on for Microsoft or a log-on for Cisco or a log-on for some other organization. That is quite effective. Very difficult to know what it is. You're used to it. It's familiar. It's a usual action. And it's incredibly valuable to the attackers. So those sorts of things go through. And then what we see is really people trying to bypass the natural kind of suspicion we've built up around email. We all know email is dangerous. Our antenna are up. We worry about it. We're going to think twice before we click on that link. But if you're working in finance, if you're working in accounts, you're working in an HR, and an invoice comes through, or a resume comes through, a CV, well, that's usual, so you'll click on it. So we often think about, it's not just email as something we're suspicious, what's all the other routes in, which you may be less aware of or less resistant to that might come through.
And it's that familiarity, isn't it? That's what really traps people. You know, when I was working at the Metro newspaper, we got attacked because someone clicked on a malicious link and it was connected to work. I don't think it was a CV, I can't remember what it was, but this email went around and said, oh, you know, this has happened, we've been attacked. So be more aware and just be a bit more cautious when you're clicking on these links. And it's a bit frustrating, isn't it? But, you know, we all have to be cautious, incredibly cautious, especially in a work environment.
We do, but just if I may continue, we will also avoid blaming the user. Links are supposed to be clicked on. We've always taken the approach of think how, not who. If someone clicks on a link, well, you can't expect your employees to be perfect every time.
Yeah, of course.
You've got to ask, how did the link actually get there? What failed to put them in that situation?
So do you think this kind of blame the user mentality in cybersecurity is counterproductive, you know, in addressing these issues when it comes to cognitive vulnerabilities?
Well, for me to be even blunter, every time a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer of a company runs an internal phishing campaign to test, there will always be a percentage point of the population which will click anyway. So you can train the people and so on. So for me, being the victim of a phishing attack is not a human error, it's a technical error. You should have a system, a technology, and probably things need to be invented here, needs to be perfected. But we should have it's a system answer that we need to provide and not blame somebody for clicking on it. You can be tired, it can be the end of the day, you can be, I mean, you have been trained, but you are subject to error. That's human beings.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone got anything to add before I move on?
Well, I'm totally for this idea, because I think if you blame the user, that you let everybody else off the hook. And but you're reminding me, think back to telemarketing. I mean, telemarketing had an economic model where they could send out tons of marketing material to tons of people, but they only needed a small fraction of individuals to be interested in that. And so you could never stop it because the economic model of that was so successful. And I think it's similar here, where you may see phishing, an obvious phishing email in your e-box, but in your inbox, and think you're smart this time. but you know, they send out this to so many people that it may hit another person at the wrong time for that person, where they really want that, and it makes sense to them, because at that moment they are looking for this particular aspect or whatever. So even really very intelligent people in really great positions can be fooled by this, and that's why I think one of the key issues is always to talk to people. If you think something might be a little funny about this, talk to the person next to you or talk to a friend or what do you think this is a phishing email or whatever? If you have doubts, it probably is, and you should avoid it. But gosh, the president of a major corporation in the United States years ago, decades ago, clicked on the "I love you" virus. The "I love you," and so, I mean, he's hitting himself, right? And he was, but at least he had the audacity to admit that he did this. It was stupid and whatever, but. It hit him at the wrong time. He was busy. He clicked on this, opened a link, and infected all of the systems in his corporation. So it's anyway. I think don't blame the user, but every time there isn't a problem, you should let people know about it. If you suspect it or if it happened, you should let people know about it so that it can be corrected. If you don't tell anybody, it's very hard to correct these problems.
Exactly, and that's a great rule of thumb. David, I can see you're ready with the mic.
I want to provide a slightly contrary view to not blaming the user, and this is based on personal practice. So I was a CISO for a financial regulator within the U.S., and we sent out this phishing campaign, right? This phishing exercise. Basically, we sent an email saying that see what your colleagues are doing in the lunchroom. So people click on it, right? We send it to the executives, obviously the most high-profile target, and then we send it to everybody else. So the executive director and deputy executive director for the agency clicked on it. They're the top 2 career individuals within the agency. So I asked the executive director, I said, why did you click on it? He said, well, I was curious, right? And then I asked the deputy executive director, who's actually very IT savvy. I said, why did you click on it? And he said that, well, I clicked on it because I was curious. Plus, I know that you IT guys would take care of it if something happens. So I agree with Philippe when he's talking about that there's technical errors, technical issues that we need to set as practitioners. We need to set the expectation. We need to provide the education. We also need to constantly ensure that our tools is catching, ransomware attacks or some other attacks. But at the same time, that it starts with everybody, right? Users needs to take the mindset of be more vigilant. If we continue to say that don't blame the user, so if something happens, we blame the CIO or blame the CISO, that's not fair for the CIO or the CISO or the practitioners either. So I think cybersecurity actually starts with everybody. Perhaps you get one free pass, and there needs to be a level set of expectation. But the bottom line is that it has to start with everybody.
Go on, Bill.
And I think one of the things that we need to start thinking about as an industry is, we spent a lot of time doing phishing training, sending out phishing emails, encouraging people to say, did you click on it or not? Click on it, oh, tick, yes, good, you got it, you found the right thing. There's a little research now which is almost starting to suggest that is training people the wrong way. People are starting to feel like they know what the risk is and they're missing things. We've been doing some experimentation with, guess what, AI and LLMs to start looking about, can you actually generate personalized training? To your point earlier about the social media information, can you go and create a targeted email to train a user based upon information you know about them? And the second bit for me is, whilst we tell people, good job, you caught that phishing email, what we tend not to do as organizations is actually also call out when people find real attacks that have come through. You're encouraged. You see an attack, you think, I'm not sure about this email, I'll report it to the IT department. Yeah. The IT department will come back a little bit later and go, yeah, we investigated, yeah, that was bad, well done, that's it. But actually starting to maybe report to the company as a whole, this month, these individuals found these things and kept us safe. You start to encourage that almost kind of behavioral norm of getting people to actually recognize that security is owned by everyone. My comment around don't blame the user is, you don't want people to feel that if they do inadvertently fall foul of something, that is necessary weakness. You're right about they've got to keep the antenna up. But trying to find that balance and kind of call out successful activity, successful steps, rather than just punishing negative is always good.
Yeah. Philippe, did you have something to add to that?
No, but it's similar to what you just said, Gareth. I think instead of having this name and blame approach, which is counterproductive, I think the company should create a notion of the quicker I report this incident to the response team, a fake or true incident, by the way, the better the security response team can act and address the question. So I think it's very important that in any company you have like an emergency number to be called, so that you can report it as quickly as possible, because time is really of the essence. If we need to cut the server from the organization and so on, the response team can do it quickly if they know that something is happening.
Yeah. So, oh, go on, Bill, if you've got something to add.
Just to say, just comment on, I mean, I don't mean, yes, the user, first of all of us are users, and everybody from the top to the bottom of the organization and across society are internet users. 5.3 billion users in the world. And so I'm not going to let them all off the hook. I mean, the thing is not to pass on the blame to the user and not fix these issues that enable bad actors to get more access. But there is encouraging growth of what I would call a cyber. I wrote years ago about the need for a cybersecurity mindset among everyone, all users at all levels. And there's really a lot of signs that that's happening, that more of us, if I ask somebody over dinner or visit, what do you think of cybersecurity? They'll tell me what they do and what they're thinking about and what kinds of emails they've gotten and how they protect themselves. This is the kind of thing that has to happen, that we all have to have a more of a cybersecurity mindset where we're not thinking of doing this once a week or doing that when I'm told to by IT, but then every day that it's just a normal, habitual part of your life, that you think through the cybersecurity implications of everything you do, whether you download new software or answer an email or what have you. And there are signs that that's actually happening. But again, that's the challenge of the whole ecosystem of cybersecurity, that we continue to build a cybersecurity mindset so that malicious actors have a much more difficult time stealing your information or informing you and misinforming you.
Yeah. So staying within the realm of, this cybersecurity mindset, we've just discussed, solutions or measures put in place by businesses to try and help detect and kind of counter these kind of attacks. But how can psychologists be brought into this conversation to help support efforts to detect and counter these kinds of attacks?
Well, I'm not a psychologist, so I'll answer that. First of all, everyone wants to blame the technology. You're getting disinformation because you're in a filter bubble, or you're in an echo chamber caused by social media, or caused by the search engine that you're looking at. Bull. This is not. You are the biggest algorithm. Okay, you are the worst algorithm in the lot, because you're the one who decides not to look at that, but to look at this, to watch a particular channel and not to watch contrary information. And so psychologists need to explain to users that they have often psychological propensities like confirming their existing biases. And they have to understand that. And if you understand that, we all try to confirm exactly our political beliefs or what we want is that somebody loves me and I'm whatever, then you will challenge that more often. You'll try to diversify the information you see. You'll try to find counter information and look at the arguments of the opponents and so forth. So anyway, I think, that's psychologists have to tell us about, raise public awareness, not about computing, about ourselves, about what our propensities are, in misusing computing.
Yeah, go on, David.
Is there a way to use psychology to make people not to use social media?
Social media is fantastic. 80% of the people in Britain use the internet. 80% of the internet users use social media. It's fine. It is, but it's demonized. And I think what we need to do is try not to think about it. Even in cybersecurity areas, the internet is fantastic in terms of shopping, in terms of getting information. People have confidence in what they can find online through search, for example, as much as they do in broadcast television news. And I don't think they're wrong, but I think we're in a time frame in which we're demonizing all media. But I get it that you do see examples of bad use of social media and bad actors on social media. But good practice, people creating private social media groups on WhatsApp, things like that. People are responding to that, adapting to it, and don't throw away what is really valuable. Networking people. Social media allows you to source the people you want to talk to, and not to rely on just the people in your office, just the people in your home, just the people in your school. Extremely valuable.
Yeah, go on, Philippe.
So my 2 cents of psychology here is also to really work on the balance between security and user-friendliness. Because people tends to, if the application is too easily accessible, whatever the application, it's weak. If the application is too hard to access or to operate, then people will try to bypass.
Yeah.
That's a 2 cents. That's a standard psychological behavior. So what is important, I would say, when we design an application as a company, as a product, when we put an application on the market, it's important that we think about the usability, the user-friendliness, the way it will interact with the people, and obviously a higher level of security will be required if the transaction at stake is important. But let's make sure that we always find that right balance between security and user-friendliness.
Yeah. David, I can see the mic poised.
I do want to demonize social media. Sorry, as a practitioner, this is what I have to say. I'm not faulting that people use what they need to use to put their personal lives out there, put their professional lives out there. I don't have social media account except LinkedIn, and I thought that I was safe, right? I don't have anything, nobody's stalking me. So 2 weeks after I started working at Trend Micro, I got a text from the CEO, where you mentioned that the CEO was asking for a gift card, Apple gift card. And she said that she's at a conference. She just doesn't have time to talk. Her minutes is running out. So I was like, okay, so I just interviewed with the CEO. She just brought me on board. What do I do? So what I did was I thought this must be fraud, but there's also inkling that this may happen because she travels quite a bit. I call her assistant, and it's actually because she's overseas. I was in the U.S., she's in Taiwan, so it was 3 in the morning. The guy was upset. The guy basically said, yeah, she's here. She's not traveling. So I realized, okay, I made a mistake in terms of getting into believing that this could be possibly true. And I didn't put anything on social media except that I started my job at Trend Micro, right? So I think in a way that people are looking for, bad actors are looking for ways to get whatever information. I mean, we talked about using AI, we talked about social engineering. The more information that you put out there about yourself, the more vulnerable that you actually become. So yes, I'm not discouraging you from putting your information out there. This is who you are, this is what you want to do. But I'm just saying that you also have to be extra vigilant in terms of the issue that you may encounter. And also at the same time that from a practitioner standpoint, yeah, I mean, this is something that it's actually frowned upon because somebody can actually use AI to create some sort of a personalized email or letter sent in directly to you, knowing everything about you, which making you to believe that this person is actually sharing the right information. So you'll probably click on it. All you need to do is just click on something, click on the wrong link, and you can actually gridlock your entire environment. That's why I'm demonizing the practice from the practitioner safeguarding standpoint. But if people want to continue to use it, that's their discretion.
Yeah, yeah. Go on, Gareth.
I'm going to go back to that kind of question around the role of psychologists, and particularly the role of psychologists in helping us understand the impact and understanding our own biases. I'm going to admit to maybe two of my own biases right now. The first one of the things for me is, when thinking about this panel and thinking about the questions, I was thinking about it really from my own fairly myopic view of keeping companies safe. So I was thinking about enterprise security. How do we do that? What do we do for employees? And it's really, I was last in the kingdom in 2014, 2015. First time back in 8 years. And the scale of digital transformation, the changes that have happened in the kingdom are huge. And so the first bit for me was realizing I was thinking about enterprise security. Suddenly you start thinking about what's the role of trust and bias and kind of cognitive exploitation in a country like this, which is focused on digital transformation and what it means for citizens. You start to understand that there's a much broader aspect that we need to go think about. So I think it's the combination of even us sitting up here as technologists, we think about systems, we think about our own little space, we forget to open our minds each time.
Yeah, it's kind of looking at it from a bigger picture point of view and all the kind of the multifaceted nature of these kind of attacks. So time's running low, so I'm just going to move on to the next one. I think maybe offering up a bit of advice might be quite nice. How can organizations and industries collaborate to share insights and best practices when it comes to addressing human weaknesses? I'm sure the audience would be interested to hear from you guys on this.
Well, let me start here, if I can. So I would say this is this notion of segmentation. Well, we have different name for it. The fact that we also call it zero trust, in the sense that you need to define with a fairly strong policy who has access to what. In terms of application, in terms of data, in terms of you segregate really the different access level. You monitor it, you check it, and this is a possibility, let's say, to control. Let's say, the level of security. Something that we will never say enough. Implement every time you can multi-factor authentication. This is a very, very strong advice. Simple technology, you would not imagine how many companies today don't even have this kind of simple measure in place for all the application, whether you access them inside or outside. And again, this policy of access management needs to be updated, because when people are changing job within the company, they are also changing responsibility, so this needs to be updated. It's fastidious, it's heavy, but it's usually a good practice to have.
Yeah, brilliant advice there. Go on, Gareth.
For me, I'd say there's three things that I would usually say whenever talking to a CISO. First of all, I think it's that concept of how, not who. So when an incident does happen, you don't blame the user, you focus on what failed in the systems and the processes and the controls that got there, and you learn from that. The second bit for me is actually celebrating or publicizing when an employee actually does report something correctly, because it starts to reinforce that that's the behavior that's expected. You want people to protect the organization. We all have a duty to do that. The third for me, everyone in this room is very familiar with thinking about risk and about controls and managing that and identifying that. The one place that I do see as an industry we've tended to maybe ignore or not think about the risk quite so much is some of the business applications that we're starting to adopt, particularly hosted software as a service, SaaS applications, whether those are finance systems, HR systems, customer care systems. We've seen so many organizations actually being compromised because a customer has uploaded a file, which is supposed to be something that they're sending through, or a individual has made a loan application through a banking portal, and what they've uploaded is a hostile file. So being able to scan and do the same checks on all applications as you do on email is one thing I'd always call out.
Yeah. Do you guys have anything to add? Go on, David.
So from my perspective, one is that you have to have the visibility of your risks. That is, you don't know what you don't know, but what's critical is that you need to know what's going on within your environment so that you can start quantifying the risk level and then prioritize what needs to be addressed. But then also focusing on people, process, technology. I know I sound like an IT practitioner, which I'm very proud of it, but I set aside the technology aspect. You hear a lot from various vendors. I'm part of the vendors community, but the bottom line is that people process is actually it could be a strength. It could also be weakness that one needs to explore to make sure that proper education, proper expectation, but at the same time that having the proper process procedure lay in so that people can really build a cyber awareness culture. I think that's what's so critical within the environment. I agree with the panel members here that there's a lot of blaming the users in a way that I think everybody should be on the hook. Perhaps set in the right expectation, but then after the expectation has been set, focusing on, everybody needs to be vigilant in protecting the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill, final words from you.
Well, just one thing that probably should be said is we did a global survey of people recently about whether they had more cybersecurity problems working from home or working in different locations and so forth. And we found out that actually working at home wasn't a problem. Most organizations are set up to support remote working, and they have a variety of strategies. And we ask people whether their corporate or organization or institution supported like their own a laptop from the company. Do they use multi-factor authentication and so forth? We're surprised. Most companies and most organizations are providing a lot of support so that people can work almost anywhere at any time in a safe environment, and they have relatively few problems. Yeah. But in the smaller organizations and with individuals that are outside the corporate sector, if there's something that can be done to support those smaller organizations, but in terms of those in sizable and small and medium-sized enterprises even are fairly well protected, and companies are doing a pretty good job, actually, pretty good security in a sense.
Yeah, and on that note, that brings us to the end of our conversation. Please give a well-deserved round of applause to my excellent, all-knowledgeable panelists, Philippe, Gareth, Bill, and David. Thank you for a brilliant and insightful conversation. It's great to pick your brain, so thank you. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch for 1 hour. CNN, Professor Mary Aiken, Chair of the Cyber-Psychology Department, Capital Technology University.
I'm actually... Oh, hang on, got a round of applause. That's impressive. She hasn't said a word and she's got a round of applause. I'm fascinated by this. Really fascinated, because I've done many discussions, but I've never done one on cyber psychology.
Okay.
And as you were saying to me earlier, cyber psychology used to be known as cyber hocus pocus.
Well, I first came across the internet and technology back in the 90s, and in the form of a chatbot, and I was captivated, and I had just qualified in psychology, and I thought, wow, this is going to change everything. So when I went rushing back to my professors of psychology, they said cyber hocus pocus. But I actually thought this was the future of the internet, and I went back and requalified, did a Master's of Science in Cyber Psychology, did a PhD in Forensic Cyber Psychology, which is the study of criminal, deviant, and abnormal behavior online, and I'm kept pretty busy.
We're going to get into much more detail on that. The panel is all about anonymity, and so and we will get to it. But I think it's more. I think we have to set the parameters. And by the way, we'll also take questions. So any of you've got any questions, we'll also take questions. Well, the professor will take questions. What is different about cyber psychology? What is it that happens online that is different, or when we integrate with digital equipment, if you will? I'm trying to be as neutral as possible.
The cyber psychology is the study of the impact of technology on human behavior. And effectively, you know, to this conference, the theme is all about cyberspace. So when you go on your phone, when you go online, what you're doing is entering a powerful psychological environment. I mean, did you ever stop for 5 minutes before a taxi came to check your emails? And half an hour has gone just like that. So there's a time loss effect. There's infinity in terms of search. You see behaviors like online disinhibition taking place online. And then, of course, the theme of this talk, you have the potential to be anonymous online, which you don't have in the real world.
Okay, so at what point does our behavior change? What is the catalyst for the change?
I think the catalyst for change is the moment that you enter into that environment. You know, the moment that you take a photo and you post it on TikTok or LinkedIn or Meta or wherever, and you begin to sort of conceptualize yourself in this environment, and you want likes and you want comments, and you're in cyberspace, and you're thinking about your persona in that environment.
I've just read the book about how to break up with your phone, which is an incredible read about, because, just a quick question, how many hours a day do you think you spend on your phone? How many? 5, 7, 8? Any increase on 8? Yes, sir. How many? You. If I'm not working actually a lot on air and I'm having to use my phone for my earpiece, it's about 6 to 8. That's horrific. But it's this idea of the whole phone is designed to capture us for the dopamine effect. The app is designed for reward and these sort of things. So that in itself shows the significance of psychology.
Absolutely. I mean, these devices are designed to capture our attention. But more than that, when you go online and you're on social media, you also have what's called the attention economy. So the more that a content can pull you in, get your attention, people are monetizing that attention and profiting from your attention.
This brings us to the idea of how our behavior changes. The disinhibition, I can't say the word.
Disinhibition.
Disinhibition. In other words, no one can tell what I'm up to. By the way, who's got a phone in here? Who's got a phone? Could you just hold it up for me so I can make sure you have got a phone? I want everybody to hold their phone up. So you've got a phone. Hold it up. Hold it up. There we go. Now I want you to take your phone and I want you to do a swipe from the top right down. And then I want you to put it into airplane mode. All right? I would like everybody in airplane mode while we continue talking. This behavioral change, describe it.
So, as I say, you have effects. So online disinhibition dictates that people will do things online that they would not do in the real world. So you're more disinhibited. You're as I say, just likely your behavior changes and mutates. Now that's just pure disinhibition when you're a known entity online, but then you've got a much bigger step when people become anonymous. And that's where behavior can really change. So anonymity it's often confused or conflated with privacy. Anonymity is where you have no details, where you're an unknown entity. Privacy is where you're known, but you've got the right to control your data. So anonymity is a superhuman power of invisibility, like a superhero. And that power comes with incredible responsibility to use it properly. So how would you be anonymous? You could create a fake profile under a different name. That's a form of anonymity. You can use a VPN. That's a form of anonymity. And at an extreme level, you can also use Tor to go to the darker parts of the internet. And that's anonymity.
This has been around pretty much since the internet began. I want to show you, I'm only going to show one side. Have a look at this slide, which became, if you could bring it up, there we go. This was one of the most, you'll be well familiar with this. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. That was back in the 80s, 90s, and it was, if you like, the first manifestation of anonymity.
And I would paraphrase that and say, on the internet now, nobody knows if you're a person or not just a dog, because we've got so many bots. Yeah, I think that the debate about anonymity is people say, well, I have a right to be anonymous online. And the point about anonymity is it is a 20-year-old invention of the internet. It is not a human right. It is an invention. And therefore, it needs to be questioned. Of course, anonymity can allow you to express yourself in a way that you couldn't in a real-world context. It can allow you to explore areas that you might not do if you were a known entity. It can allow freedom of expression where you might be oppressed or in an oppressed minority. But if the cost of that is rampant cyberbullying, harassment, sextortion, cybercrime, cyber fraud, then the cost is too great for the internet.
Okay, but when you say anonymity, is it, and it's not a philosophical question, it's a practical one, is it possible to be anonymous? If I create a fake profile, it will eventually work its way back to my IP address. If I use a VPN, I mean, is there such a thing as true or absolute anonymity online?
Yes, if you use something like Tor, the onion router.
So let's assume that that's really for a very small, for the people.
Anybody can use it.
Right, but for the people in this room who will just create a fake Gmail or a fake this, that, or the other, they're creating an anonymity as a front piece in a sense, aren't they? As a mask.
Yes.
How risky is that, do you think, in terms of the...
Well, it's not risky for an adult to decide, I want a fake profile. That's something that you're free to do as an adult. Where the risk sets in two ways is one, when you see children and young people creating these fake profiles, because then it removes a sense of responsibility and they can really get themselves into trouble. So we've just finished a very large European study of 8,000 young people aged 16 to 19. And we found that the vast majority of those young people had up to 5 different profiles on one platform.
Really?
Yeah. So what they were doing is they had their profile that the friends or that their family can see, then they've another profile for their friends, then they've another profile for a smaller group, then so they're managing all these personas in cyberspace, which is sort of exhausting. But in addition to that, especially if it's a young child, parents may have no visibility of what they're doing. So it's the duty of the parent to protect the child in the real world. It's also the duty of the parent to protect children in cyberspace. And what we've seen in the UK, we've seen the introduction of the Online Safety Act, which is for the first time a very broad measure that's going to seek to protect children in cyber contexts, among other things. And one of the things they're going to crack down on is the multiplicity of fake profiles, particularly when these profiles are used to harass people, are used for hate speech, are used to extort from people. So they're going to look for serial offenders and shut it down.
There is an argument that will say that, the younger generation who have been born and brought up with this are better at managing it. Now, I'm not talking in terms of the nefarious or the dangerous, but I'm just talking about this idea of having multiple personalities online. I might find it difficult to cope with 5 profiles, but somebody who is 16 and knows no different will just be part of their meat and veg.
It doesn't mean it's good developmentally, because the point is that when you're young, one of the things that you have to learn, and this is what we all went through growing up, is that there are consequences for your actions. And a young person who creates a fake profile, who maybe engages in harassing somebody or bullying somebody, or worse, extorting from another person, they may not at 13 or 14 or 15 be fully aware of the consequences of that behavior. And therefore, it's our duty as a society to protect them from getting into trouble. Let me take it a step further in terms of cybercrime. So you can have pathways into behavior. You can start with cyberbullying, you can amplify to harassment, and then you can get engaged in true criminal behavior. And harassment and cyberbullying is illegal in some jurisdictions. But let's talk about things like hate speech, which is a crime, or cyber fraud, which is a crime, or identity theft, which is a crime. There's a very thin line between the acceleration of these behaviors.
Are you suggesting the slippery slope argument?
I'm not suggesting, I'm saying that the scientific evidence in the studies the most recent study that I've been involved in, which was an EU study, 8,000 young people, we found a significant correlation between covert, undercover profiles that young people were using and engagement in cybercrime. And in fact, of the sample of the 8,000 16 to 19-year-olds in all of Europe and the UK that we looked at, almost 50% admitted to engaging in a cybercrime.
Hold that. How many people in this room will admit now to engaging in a cybercrime of one sort or another?
That is entrapment. You don't have to put up your hands.
How many people? Well, I'll put my hand up. How many other people will admit to have engaged in some form of cybercrime? Yeah, because you know where I'm going with this. Because the definition of cybercrime can be taken really quite low, can't it? And this is the slippery slope argument. It starts where?
Well, things like digital piracy.
So now, how many people have shared a piece of music or a video or downloaded something without paying for it? You're all criminals! But the point, this is a valid issue, isn't it?
Okay, so the point is that if you have a generation that have grown up stealing music, stealing videos, stealing software, then the moral compass between that and then suddenly getting access to somebody's credit card that they could use quickly just to buy something that they need, that's a very thin line. And the point is that there's also a perception that it's a victimless crime. well, the record companies can afford it, the movie companies can afford it, the bank will pay for the credit card. And the problem with that is you begin to see this societal shift. And while 50% engaged in a cybercrime, and you can say digital piracy is a big number, I think it was 1 in 3, actual very serious crimes like hacking, like sextortion, cyber fraud, that was 1 in 8. They're big numbers. 1 in 11 in our study admitted to engaging in money muling, which is money laundering. Now, the point about it is how cognizant or how aware would a young person be that they were laundering money? Imagine they click on an ad on the internet and the ad says, would you like a part-time job in a logistics company? Fantastic. So you answer the ad and they ask you for your bank detail. So you give them your bank details. And then they send you $1,000. And they say, all you've got to do is take $800 and send it to 4 different accounts, and we'll send you the numbers, and you keep $200. And if you do that, the next time, $10,000 will come.
Does that happen?
All the time. This is money laundering.
Why is it always people writing to me asking me to give them money and never actually? Really?
But the point is that's a crime. And the cyber criminals will use a young person, use their bank account, do a couple of test runs, and then put a large amount of money through. The young person then splits up the money, and the next thing, knock on the door, it's the police, you get arrested for money laundering. This is a huge problem.
The ability to deal with it, because starting, as you like, with the digital piracy and all of that, what you're saying, which is particularly fascinating, is that this is a shift in norms. This is a shift in values. You might not go to the grocer's shop and steal sweets, but eventually you're moving into...
So we've interviewed young people in research, and we've said, would you walk into a record shop in a shopping center? Would you walk up to the shelf and would you steal a CD, put it in your bag and walk out? And they say, no, absolutely not. But will they do it online? Yes. And that's the difference. But ultimately, there is a symbiotic relationship between cyberspace, what happens online, and the real world. What happens in cyberspace impacts on the real world. What happens in the real world impacts on cyberspace. So the point is, if we want young people to grow up and participate as good citizens in a collective society, our children are growing up online. They are learning things that are not culturally appropriate, that are not acceptable in civilized society, and that are detrimental to the social good.
The problem with your view, as some would suggest,
Go ahead.
Well, is, you know, we can all agree at this end, sex trafficking, sextortion, bullying, that's wrong. And we can all agree that a bit of this, that, and the other is fine. It's the bit in the middle, it's the grey bit where somebody says, and never mind so much with children, but just with anybody online, no, hang on, it's freedom of speech. If I want to be anonymous, it's my right. Or at least it's, I'm entitled to be. If I want to do this and say that, it's my right.
Okay, so I would love to be anonymous when I'm traveling. I would love when I go to an airport not to produce a passport. I would love not to have a photograph taken. I'd love not to give my fingerprints every time I'm moving around the world. But I don't get the right to be anonymous when I'm traveling. Why? Because it's for our collective security. Now, transpose that argument to cyberspace. When you are a known entity, anonymous beginning with N as opposed to anonymous beginning with A, then that's what helps to create a robust, thriving, equitable, fair, civil society.
So how do you force non-anonymity?
I think that what we have to do is question the fundamentals of the internet. And you know, the point is that I have these debates. I debated against the American Civil Liberties Union. They don't agree with me, of course. And the point is that we have created this fantastic invention, this this superhighway for connectivity, where we can learn, where we can play, where we connect, but we are ruining it for ourselves because negative, toxic, hateful behavior is getting out of control, and cybercrime is getting out of control. The latest figures for cybercrime estimates it at a cost of 8 trillion to economies. If cybercrime was a country, it would have the 3rd largest GDP in the world.
We're actually heading in the wrong direction in a sense, because let's take Bitcoin, you know, which is the whole premise is anonymity. The whole idea is that the transaction can't be traced.
And it's the go-to currency for criminals. So the point is, we adopt each new emerging technology with the collective wisdom of lemmings leaping off a cliff. Just because it is new does not mean it is good, and technology will only mean progress when we can mitigate its harmful effects. And that's what's missing. It's this cyber utopian view. AI is fantastic, ChatGPT is fantastic, and nobody is thinking about the downside. Nobody is thinking about what happens when this goes wrong. It's like a form of cognition.
Well, we are with AI, to be fair. I mean, the UK...
Yesterday.
The UK...
Yesterday.
Has
It's a bit late.
Has an AI summit.
It's a bit late.
Are you suggesting we can't put the genie back in the bottle on this?
No, not when it comes to AI. And with AI, then there's a question about regulation of AI or not, or, you know, but the whole point is that you have to achieve balance. There has to be some form of oversight, just the same way as we have in the real world.
But we're destined to get this completely wrong, bearing in mind, you know, each country wants to do their own thing. The geopolitical tensions mean that you're not going to get everybody on the same page.
I think that's why it's so important to talk about cyberspace, because we have other shared spaces. So back in the day when people were exploring the world, you had the oceans. That was a shared space. And we came up with rules and regulations for good practice. Then we invented planes. And then we had the shared space you know, for air travel, and we came up with regulations for that. Then we have outer space, and we have governance there. And that's why this conference is so important, because it's one of the, I travel worldwide, I speak at many conferences, and it's one of the few conferences that puts an explicit focus on cyberspace. So my suggestion is, where could we start? We could start on the things that we agree with. We don't want cybercrime. There's no argument in favor of cybercrime. We don't want child sexual abuse material on the internet. There's no counter-argument for that. So let's start where we can agree in this shared space, and then let's work back.
Let's take a question. We've got a few minutes. Questions, anybody, for the good professor? We have I don't know whether we have microphones, but if you stand, sir, and... oh, yes, we do. If you... No speeches, just questions, please.
It's good to see you, ma'am. I often see you on YouTube, so it's really good to see you face to face. Yeah, I have a question regarding, you know, as you said, that real world and the cyberspace is connected to each other. It impacts the real world and the cyberspace. So my question is that how can we understand, you know, the factors that influence the behavior those who are exposed to like violent video games.
Right, just give us that. How can we?
How can you know, we can understand and do something that, you know, impact the behavior.
Well, that's the joy of the discipline of cyberpsychology, is cyberpsychology can help to navigate our behavior in cyberspace, provide insights, provide explanatory value, and provide direction.
Give me an example of where you've actually found that to be the case. You've either said to a gaming company or to somebody, you've actually said, my research says do this or don't do this.
At a policy level, for example, I worked closely with the government on the Online Safety Act. And that would be a really good example of everybody coming together and for the first time creating this spectrum of harm. Cyberbullying, harassment, extortion, mis and disinformation, very important. And then lots of debate and lots of processes to create legislation to address.
And then when you talk about misinformation and disinformation, you're talking in many cases about state actors when it takes on a whole different area of complexity.
Absolutely, but we're collectively subjected to it.
Right.
So you have state actors, but this is mediated by the social media companies who decide to
Is that fair on the social media companies who find themselves in the position of not only being the providers, but having to be the policeman and the traffic cop? And
those who profit in this space should be accountable in this space. And the thing about the UK legislation, it's going to force a duty of care on the social media companies and force compliance, and will fine them. And more importantly than fines, because they can afford to pay the fines, they will look at prosecuting senior executives who fail to comply.
I've got a question, but I want to see if anybody else has a question, because this is fascinating. Anybody else? Well, then in which case, I will come. Oh, yes, ma'am. You're going to have to shout.
Thank you for your...
Speak up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for your significant contribution in this very important aspect. Actually, from your the exposure you have working with global organizations, and we know that all these laws and regulations coming for AI, to regulate AI, regulate also the digital markets, social media, like DMA and AI laws. Is there any initiative being worked regarding globalizing the whole thing, like creating something that will be an alliance or something?
Excellent question. Is there any come together in all of this?
Exactly.
Is there any globalized move to this that's actually doing any good besides just inviting people to make presentations?
Do you mean specific to this forum
Well,
or in general?
no. I mean, in the world. What are you seeing by way of collaborative effort at the global level that impresses you?
At the global level, I'm seeing a real interest in online safety. So here, this is a cybersecurity conference. So I'll just explain. Cybersecurity protects your data, your systems, your networks, and your devices. Cybersecurity does not protect what it is to be human online, as an employee, as an operator, or as a user. I'm seeing this growing movement in terms of online safety technologies, or what we call safety tech. These sectors are growing worldwide. We have one in the UK, we have the beginning of it in Europe, we have one in the US. And my belief is that this new sector is attracting investment and provides technology solutions to technology-facilitated harmful and criminal behavior. These behaviors have the characteristics of big data: volume, velocity, variety, and therefore we need machine solutions.
Right, but as we come to the end, you must be very popular in some circles and deeply unpopular in others because of the work that you do. Those who are wanting a better internet, those who are wanting a safer environment must love you. Those either nefarious or these supposed freedom lovers that isn't true freedom must be very much against you.
But I'm a scientist, and I'm well able to take care of myself. And I get trolled online. If I speak in something like this, I get trolled. And do you know what I say? I'm a cyber behavioral scientist. When you troll me, you give me data and lots of it, so keep coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's inviting you to troll her. Professor, that was fascinating. Really fascinating. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd love to get a photo of the two of us before.
Sorry?
Cyberspace needs you, attracting women to cybersecurity careers. Her Excellency Dr. Margit Schrambach, former Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs, Austria. Dr. Cecile Aptel, Deputy Director, United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR. Jane Weatherspoon, Moderator, Bureau Chief Middle East, Euronews. Bitania Allo, Cybersecurity Innovation and Partnerships Manager, NEOM.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and your excellencies. What a pleasure to be here, and thank you for that round of applause. I think we need a second one for the all-female panel. As our Voice of God said, we're going to be talking about the gender disparity within cybersecurity. Women are still critically underrepresented, holding only 25% of the cybersecurity jobs globally. So my esteemed panel, we're going to get straight down to business. I would like to address my first question to Dr. Margaret. You know, what are the primary challenges that organizers encounter when trying to not just attract, but retain women in cybersecurity?
Yes, first let me say I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you for having me. And I'm also happy to see such a big audience that is interested in this topic, because this does not happen so often. Okay. So I think this is something special about Saudi Arabia. Being here now for quite a few months, I've also learned that in Saudi, 58% of engineers are women, which is different to Europe, and it's different especially to German-speaking regions in Europe. And this is something which Saudi can really be proud of. I'm really happy to see that. Being in the board of Aramco Digital, I see it also in the daily work, that 50% of our team members in the Security Operations Center are female, and this is a good, very, very good sign.
Why do they do it so well here in Saudi?
Well, there is a clear vision, Vision 2030, and it's in the vision. You can read it, you talk about it, you discuss about it, but most importantly, you do it. And this is something which is special here, and which I also wanted to mention. Now to your question, you have been asking about the challenges. So companies, really to be successful in the field of cyber, need diverse teams. They need mixed teams. We know this from the past. We know that companies, teams are much more successful if they take this into consideration. And why shouldn't it be true for cyber? It is true for cyber as it is for all the other areas. Now the companies and the organizations need to be authentic in this. So women feel very quickly if what the company talks or the organization talks is what the company do. And if this is in line, you will of course attract even more women in this sector. Looking at the different stages, of course, we also need a role model. And this is also a challenge for companies and organizations, so that often they are lacking role models. I was many years a role model. I was 15 years CEO of European IT companies, including a telecom company, which is like STC. It was called A1 for Central Eastern Europe. And yes, it was often clear that we were missing middle management, so women in middle management that could be a role model. So it's tough, it's hard, we still have to work on it.
We're going to come on to a little later in our conversation, roles and those roles at the top. But at this point, I would like to bring in Dr. Cecile, because you have some thoughts in terms of expanding on the security aspect, don't you?
Yes, thank you, Jane. And before I answer your question, if I may thank our guests. So first, Saudi Arabia, I'm absolutely delighted to be here and to discuss this question here, and of course, the Global Cybersecurity Forum for providing this opportunity. When we think of cybersecurity, there is obviously the cyber dimension, and we know that some of the challenges come from girls in a number of contexts, not always being keen to pursue studies in the STEM, and in technological areas. That seems to be less a case in Saudi Arabia, which is great. But there is, in addition to cyber, there is the security element. And if we look at security the way it is also construed, security is a sector in which women are far behind. I mean, obviously, when we look at defense, military, intelligence, and why do I say that? Because cybersecurity is multi-layered, and when we think cybersecurity, it's not only individual or business security, it's also state cybersecurity and cyber attacks, cyber warfare. Within this context, there are negotiations ongoing, obviously, notably at the United Nations, and we see that in those contexts, there are very few women involved in these negotiations. In fact, only about a third of women diplomats, we see women diplomats across sectors, and in the area of cybersecurity, these numbers are really lagging. So the combination of cyber challenges and security challenges is really probably also one of that convergence that we need to address.
But Tanya, you're sitting on the end. I want to just give a bit more context to your career, because we see your cybersecurity innovation and partnerships manager at NEOM, but your previous roles, you're the former United Nations senior officer in counterterrorism and emerging technologies. Quite a title. I'd like you to elaborate, if you can, on how organizations can address the barriers that discourage women from entering fields, you know, biases, lack of role models, which is something Dr. Margaret just touched on. You know, misconceptions about cybersecurity roles. What has your experience been?
Thank you so much for the great question, and thank you again. I second my colleagues' words. I'm extremely happy to be here. I'm very grateful to the organization of the GCF for having us. Yes, indeed, women in cybersecurity still face a lot of challenges, as you mentioned, gender bias, lack of representation, unequal opportunities. And I think that organizations and we all here in the room have a huge responsibility to make sure that this changes. So in my experience, one of the things that make women doubt whether cybersecurity is a path for them is the lack of information. So mentoring and correct education, paths and early exposure to cybersecurity and what it is one of the most important things that can encourage girls to get into this path. Then, I got into cybersecurity later in life, and maybe because of that lack of mentorship at an early age, but mentoring for me was key to have the luck and the privilege to have great mentors in my life who gave me the best guidance, advice, and encouraged me to challenge my own fears, and that allowed me to be here and to start a career that builds on different skills that I've had before. So organizations per se, I think that also need to work a lot in more inclusive hiring practices, anti-bias training for both men and women, because there is something that is still happening everywhere in the world, and even in the countries that are famous for their gender parity policies, there's still gender bias in technology and in cybersecurity as well. So yes, I think that this kind of forums, this kind of platforms for dialogue, I think are a great opportunity to encourage everyone to advocate for this kind of causes that will make the room fuller and fuller of women.
As a female actually doing it here in Saudi, what has been that experience and the change from coming from outside? How was it received?
Well, I was very lucky because when I first started thinking about moving to Saudi, to the Middle East, I was very lucky to have several opportunities here. And well, NEOM, do I need to even explain what NEOM has, and how amazing and exciting it is to be working? I consider myself so privileged. But something I did not know is that most of my colleagues would be Saudi, they will be from here, right? So although NEOM has 70% expats, my department is mostly Saudis because of regulations. So I was received with such generosity, such solidarity. From all levels, I was trusted with so much responsibility, and being a woman and being a foreigner, you know, those are two elements that makes it even more impressive, and I think it speaks volumes of the massive changes of this country has been through, and how much they trust talent from all over the world.
Dr. Margaret, can you elaborate from a European perspective?
Well, Europe is in a very tough situation at the moment. So contrary to Saudi, which is growing at, I would say, 8% on average, Europe is really has slowed down. Okay. And the age structure is completely different. So what I find exciting here, and being in the board of Aramco, building up Aramco Digital, we can see that we have this wonderful age structure with a lot of young people, excited people who want to change and want to be part of this transformation, also in the digital, especially in the digital area and in the cyber security. So the focus is, as you've heard also from the CEO of Aramco, that there is investment, and there is investment, for example, in Sabrani. Do we see similar big investments in Europe at the moment to a lower extent? So Europe still plays a role, but has to be very careful. And I think there will be different centers in this world. Of course, we have the US and we have China, but there is a big room for Saudi and its huge population and its engineers to play an important role here. And we are in the middle of this transformation, which makes it so exciting. For me, coming back to being successful, having successful innovations and competitive products, always needs these two sides. So females bring completely different skills into the teams, and especially in the cyber, we can see, and in many digital jobs, it means from blue-collar worker to white-collar worker. Yeah? Think of a harbor. When you are in a harbor and you have to move the containers, this was pure blue-collar worker in the past. Now it's white-collar. Somebody sitting in a control center. As it is in cyber, you are doing things which you can do remotely, which you can do in a team. You don't have to be outside in the construction site. And this evolution of tech solutions has also helped to engage more women. Contrary to Europe, I think with Saudi and the many women in engineering, there is a really good basis here.
I want to bring in the element of family raising as well, and being a working mum myself, as you know, many of us are in this room. Can we have it all? Can we balance it? I think that makes it a little bit easier, some of these initiatives and, you know, the situations like remote working.
Yeah, I think what COVID has shown us is that different types of working is possible, and that it can be done in a different way. And this helps, of course, to combine the topics of family and kids and the jobs. From the company perspective, and being a CEO for 15 years, it is worth starting at the very beginning. So it all starts before the women are joining the company. Sometimes we think when we are managers, it starts when they are here. No, it starts in the acquisition or in the hiring process, where it is different to the male side, where you have to address women more directly, you have to invite them. It is a little bit different than it is on the other side.
Cecile, I think you have something to add in there.
Sure. Just the fact that flexible arrangements are important not only to attract women, but especially to retain women and to enable them to really make a career, which I think is one of the challenges It's challenging in the cybersecurity for everyone. I mean, we need to really be also very clear that it's not only about women, it's difficult to attract men and have enough workforce. So the challenge is compounded for women, and it's important for companies to have ways of retaining women. Flexibility, flexible working arrangements are important, but it's also important to ensure that women feel valued, feel that they belong in the companies, to retain them. And I think that's an important dimension. And when we think of inclusive workforce, it's not only having women sitting at the table, but being able to voice their concerns. And very often, because of a number of cultural expectations everywhere around the world, women are not likely to really ask for the floor. And so I think it's particularly important that men, who are of course the great partners in this adventure of having more women, extend their reach to women, that they also mentor women, young women, sponsor them, and really just make sure that women's views are also asked and considered. All of this is what makes women feel that they belong, that they have a role to play, and therefore to stay there.
Well, we did mention it earlier, and we were talking about roles. You know, what needs to be done, Cecile, I'm going to keep you on the floor. What needs to be done to ensure that enough roles are at the top of the chain? And how do we attain that, despite the fact that there is this leaky pipeline phenomenon, you know, stepping back and coming back into the room, you know, where maybe women are deemed to have lost some crucial years? What needs to be done about that?
So again, I think having working places that are inclusive, that are flexible enough to attract and retain women, that women feel that they belong there. But I think that some additional measures are needed. And I'll go back to the example that I was giving earlier, you know, the lack of women diplomats engaged in UN processes on cyber or even ICT in international security environment. Because that was a real concern, back in 2018, the UN Secretary General, Guterres, decided to really, he made a commitment to ensure that there would be more women appointed in the group of experts of the United Nations. And thanks to that commitment, which he took very seriously, more states nominated more women, and as a result, we really went from having 25% only of experts in 2018 to today 40% of experts being women that participate into these working groups. And similarly, in terms of diplomats participating in the negotiation, there's been fellowship, in particular Women in International Security in Cyberspace fellowship, that has been targeting relatively junior diplomat women, but not only diplomats, regulators, ICT experts, lawyers working in these areas, professors working in these areas, and encouraging them over a number of years to come and participate, to be there in those UN working group, in particular the open-ended working group on the use of ICT in international security environment. And not only were they there, but then they were mentored, they had access to more senior leaders and diplomats that could train them, and they had specific training on participating in multilateral negotiations. Just to indicate that measures need to be multi-layered, that it's not simply, in fact, just thinking that it will happen unless the women are equipped with skills. And to go back to the question of how it works in the corporate sector, it's one thing to be a technical expert in cybersecurity, it's something else to be equipped with the skills to manage a team and then to make it to leadership role or board roles because you have leadership. And all of that with men usually happens through networking. Younger women that don't necessarily have older women to be playing that role model still need to benefit from that networking and learning those skills. So we need very deliberate efforts to really make sure that women are also trained with managerial and leadership skills.
But Tanya, I've seen you've been nodding all the way through that.
I absolutely agree in everything, and I don't know where to start.
Have you anything, I mean, in terms of your experience, in terms of female leadership at the top and what you've taken away from that, that has maybe helped you in your career progression?
Well, so as you mentioned earlier, like I don't come from a very traditional path to cybersecurity, if that's even a thing, right? So for some background, I'm a lawyer. I'm originally from Argentina, and then I moved to the U.S. for graduate studies, and I have degrees in international relations and cybersecurity law and policy, and now I'm pursuing my PhD in cybersecurity. So as you can see, I went from like building upon my legal and policy background to a more technical one. And honestly, I will go back to the mentorship and the fellowship that you were just mentioned. Networks of women have been so helpful for me while I was making these decisions through, because I don't consider I transitioned careers. I think I always say that I've been building upon my different roles and bringing what I've learned from my other experiences to my new roles. So I think that one of the most important things is representation, to see women on leadership roles and to see women in tables where decisions are being made, to make sure that their voices are heard, and that's why we need men to advocate as well. We need you guys to to look around the table. How come we don't have any women sitting in this meeting, for example? What is wrong? We couldn't find any women to come here and join us. That's why it's not only our fight, it's all of us responsibility to advocate for this happening. And in my experience, having really strong and determined women being my bosses, and women who mentored me, and even men who also gave me the opportunity to believe in myself, and they believed in me maybe more than I believed in myself back then, right? And I think those are the people that I am so grateful that I had the opportunity to meet. And there is a lot of generosity out there, and I know there are so many students here listening, and just don't be scared to reach out. You would be amazed. This room is full of generous people who are willing to tell you more about their careers, tell you more about their experiences, and guide you through your own career path so you can find success as soon as possible. So yeah, I think that these forums, again, are the perfect platform to have these conversations.
Dr. Margaret, how important are those supportive extended communities within the cybersecurity sphere?
Well, my opinion, it's the support of the different communities is key in all the areas. I started out selling telephone systems. Now, selling telephone systems or being a technical director for telephone system is not the one thing you would have expected from somebody graduated from a business school. It happened more by coincidence, but then you have to take the opportunity. And what I did is I was searching for mentors always myself. At that time in the 90s, that was really long ago, in the 90s...
I remember them, don't worry.
Yes, nobody was really into that mentoring and thought, yeah, you would need a mentor. So I was looking into, in that time, the tech community, and I was investigating who could be that, and I addressed the person. And yes, there were men, there were male managers, and not women, because there were no women there. I was the only one. So for a long period of time. Then gradually we got more. So the more you have the community of women, also you can also rely on them. But I'm a big fan of mixed teams, as I said before, and I'm a big fan of doing things together and not just in the separate areas. Looking at education, this is something I wanted to add on that. Maybe we can talk about that.
No, absolutely. I mean, I know Betania mentioned earlier, to get in at the earliest opportunity and learn about the field that you want to work in, but how can educational institutions maybe collaborate with industry partners and create, I guess, curricula that will appeal and empower women to pursue careers in this field, and especially from an earlier age, like you said, Betania?
The earlier we start, the better. So at a very young age, to encourage the girls to attend classes, extra classes, and so on. And it, of course, needs to be a little bit adapted to their interest. And what I did, for example, in Austria, I introduced a new form of apprenticeship on e-commerce.
Sure.
So we had a lot of apprenticeship. You must know that in Austria, 50% of young people choose apprenticeship. It's a little bit different than all in other countries in the world, except for Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And introducing this apprenticeship for e-commerce suddenly led in 60% of the young people who chose this being women. So because they were interested in that. And I was not taking care, I didn't care where they would start. They don't need to start in mechatronic, but they can start in the e-commerce. They can start in the cyber, which are more fields which are of their interest because they are more in the area which they like.
But Tanya, I know you're going to hide.
Yeah.
I know this is coming for you.
It's something that I'm very passionate about, maybe because of how I had to navigate it myself. So I feel really passionate about women and girls getting into the field, and even if they're not in the field yet, to try to see how technology can intersect that area of expertise that you have, and slowly, transition into a more technological role. That's what I saw, building from technology and policy. So I think that besides what Margaret was saying regarding early exposure, I would say, again, mentoring, extremely important mentoring programs, and we at NEOM are extremely involved in mentorship and scholarship programs with different institutions here in Saudi and abroad. And that helps a lot because sometimes different elements makes it difficult for girls and women to pursue careers in technology, and those things help a lot. So that's something that the tech industry can also collaborate and give that step forward in helping the next generation of cyber leaders also be 50-50.
Cecile?
Yes, on education is so crucial, and as a former professor, I really cannot but say that, yes, education is absolutely critical. I think that the partnerships between industry and education facilities is not only in terms of the curriculum. I think that there is also something else that we have discussed here, which is protection of children in fact, the cyberspace. And this will be growing. This is already a big concern today. How do we protect children, and how do we ensure that children are secure and safe when using the cyberspace?
Yes.
But it's also going to grow because we are probably facing radical changes in education. I mean, the next generation is probably going to be largely educated in schools that are not only very equipped, but very connected, and the very context of what is education is dramatically changing in our lifetime, which really means that we have to be taking very seriously the issue of child protection and of educating children, not only in terms of cybersecurity to become expert, but to become responsible for their own security in the digital space and in the cyberspace. So I think that we are going to necessarily see partnerships there, and they're welcome because it's a different way of in fact being human that our children are facing in terms of their career and their life.
We've got 1 minute on the clock. I'm going to start at the end with Tanya. I would like you in 20 seconds. What's the biggest challenge in the next 5 years for women in cybersecurity?
I would say losing the fear to getting into the field. Ask for help, ask for mentorship, don't be scared. You deserve a seat in that room, and I very much look forward to seeing that in the next 5 years.
Amazing. Cecile?
I think it's not only for women, it's for women and men.
Yes.
Far too often, men may feel threatened by the fact that women are also entering the market, the different markets, including cybersecurity. And I think it's extremely important that we reframe that. It's a win-win. It's not that one is expulsing the other. It's really that we can have mixed team working together and becoming that much more innovative and in fact creating even much more of a market for everyone to work together. So I think partnerships is absolutely key, and that men as much as women have a key role to play. And I want to then take the opportunity to say how impressed I am being in Saudi Arabia to see how much has been achieved. So big kudo as well here.
Last word, Dr. Margaret.
Well, for me, it's for the young generations to tell them, be brave, take the opportunity, create the opportunity. There is never a better moment than this moment, and especially here, where so much transformation is going on.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us for this session. And to my esteemed panel, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a coffee break for 15 minutes. will begin in 1 minute. It's over for turnover. Retaining talent in cyberspace. Jess Garcia, founder and chief executive officer, Insecurity. Dr. Almirando Graziano, chief executive officer, co-founder, Cyber Ranges. Oliver Vartnu, chief executive officer, Cybrentica AS. Filippo Cassini, Global Technical Officer and Senior Vice President, Engineering, Fortinet. Akshay Doshi, Head of Industry and Partnerships Center for Cybersecurity, WEF. Orhan Osmani, Moderator, Senior Cybersecurity Coordinator, Development Sector, International Telecommunications Union, ITU.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today, and we have a great group of panelists here. We are different from previous panel. It was all female, now all male panel. So the topic is interesting, so we would like to go straight away into the content of it. I just would like to start with a simple fact, which recently, like 2 days ago, IC Square released a new report on workforce. And at this moment, we are at 5.5 million jobs available in cybersecurity, and this one creates another challenge for speakers here to retain their talent in their organizations. And to start with, I would just start with a question for all the panelists. I would like to take by order from Almerindo towards the end to Filippo. Just kindly to introduce yourself, your organization, what you do, and what are the challenges currently you face, in brief, and then we can go to the rest of the questions. Almerindo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oren. My name is Almerindo Graziano. I'm the CEO of Cyber Ranges. We are a vendor of cyber range technology, which is specialized in experiential training and education. And we deal with the challenge of providing large-scale capabilities to develop the experience and the professionalism of the young and current generations.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jess Garcia. I am the CEO of Insecurity. We are a service provider in the digital forensics and incident response side. What basically we do is threat adversaries in our customers' networks, and whenever there is an incident, we respond to those incidents in the most efficient way possible. I'm also an instructor with the SANS Institute. I've been teaching for SANS for more than 20 years now all around the globe. So it allows me to give, to see the reality also of all the, let's say, professionals and in many cases young people who are trying to become or get a career in this space. So it's a good balance for this conversation we're going to be having.
Hello, everyone. I'm Oliver Vartnu, CEO of Cybernetica, an Estonian IT powerhouse. We say that we create mission-critical IT systems. But before I talk a little bit about Cybernetica, what we do and what kind of challenges we face, I'd like to thank the organizers, the site and NCA, for once again inviting me to this excellent forum on cybersecurity, and I really value the discussions that we've had here. But back to Cybernetica. So we say that we build mission-critical IT systems, and in fact we have kind of 3 pillars that are really important for us. The foundation of our work is actually research and development. We really commit our organization to do a lot of work on cybersecurity, on information security, and basically with that building our expertise in the domain and pushing the domain forward. Secondly, we build systems for our customers, mostly mission-critical systems, mostly for governments or national critical infrastructure providers. And thirdly, we also provide cybersecurity services in order to help our customers to understand whether their systems are resilient and secure. And yeah, of course we are facing a lot of challenges when we're talking about talent attraction and retention. This is a very, very highly evolving industry, and especially in Estonia, where, as our president mentioned yesterday, the cybersecurity budget is growing by the government, I think in the last 2 years, 5 times. If you look at the increase of, for example, venture capital into Estonia in order to attract talent, then we are, in fact, operating in a super competitive environment and have to survive there and have to find our way there.
Hello, my name is Akshay Joshi, and I lead the broader operations of the Center for Cybersecurity at the World Economic Forum. I feel very privileged to have an opportunity to share some thoughts on the topic today, which is incredibly important and one that we need to address together. We publish the Global Cybersecurity Outlook, a flagship report each year at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Last year, actually this year in 2023, when we published it, 60% of leaders that we surveyed came forth and said that they view talent attraction and retention as perhaps the single key, most important factor towards cyber resilience. Add to that, Oran mentioned right now that there is a shortage of 5.5 million professionals. It's important to state that last year ISC2 shared a number which was 3.4 million. So if we do the math, that number has grown over a period of year by 2.1 million. The shortage is massive, and therefore it generates a supply and demand asymmetry. As long as there is a supply and demand asymmetry, cybersecurity is very attractive for people in the field who continue to pursue opportunities for greater financial gain, and more importantly sometimes for exposure to different areas of cybersecurity. Obviously, you want to have dynamic experiences if you're progressing in the field. So in light of some of these challenges, it puts a disproportionate burden on retention, because it's not just people are leaving not just because of what you're doing or not doing as an organization, but because the opportunity is so huge. My hope is, though, that at some point through the public-private efforts, we will be able to reduce this gap. And at that point, I think the single biggest factor that will keep us and be a determinant of how successful we are in cyberspace is essentially a focus on retention, which is what we're going to be talking about today.
Filippo? Yeah, so my name is Filippo Cassini. I'm Global Technical Officer for Fortinet. Fortinet is a global leading cybersecurity provider. We do have a large product range. We cover about 45 different technology across our product line. And on my specific role inside the company, it's essentially focused on our most large and strategic customers and partners, providing top solutions, things which are kind of cutting edge. And considering the span of technology for my company, the challenge is, of course, to be able to have access to the top people in the market. These people become available to our customers. I'm generally looking for people with at least 10 years of experience in cybersecurity. And of course, once I have them, retention becomes the next challenge. So thanks a lot for having me here. It's really a pleasure to come and share. And I'm also looking at partnerships inside Saudi Arabia to be able to attract those talent in our company. Thank you.
Thank you, Filippo. I think I'm going to go back again to you on a question. How unique is the retention challenge for cybersecurity domain compared to other industries? And considering, the new technological developments and so on, as we know, the average of the industry is about 20%. We know some of the colleagues here that have good retention at 4%, and they need to share their secret recipe how they are doing that. But please, from your end, you have 150 staff in your technical team. What are the challenges and how different are from other sectors? Thank you.
Yeah, so I would say, as you can see during this event, there's a lot of discussion about emerging technologies, about what is the future, and that discussion actually forces a lot of interest and a lot of investment in those sections, which in turn becomes startup companies. It becomes companies with new business models, with new ideas, and that has a kind of a tendency of attracting the top engineers, those that want to measure themselves and challenge themselves with the new stuff which is available in the industry. So for me, actually, the challenge is actually to preempt that kind of vision, be able to anticipate and be able to involve my engineering team in what's coming. Something that kind of goes beyond sometimes the immediate interest of the rest of the company, which is, of course, focused typically in selling product. Because in general, engineers don't only look at the salary, but they also look at how involving, how engaging, how entertaining the environment in which they are is, right? So for me, that's extremely important, to have a strategy, to work for a company that keeps investing in the future, keeps looking at what's coming, so that the people inside of it is not just motivated by the revenue, but also by the technology that is coming in.
Thank you, thank you. Almerindo, your company is smaller than Fortinet. You face similar challenges. Maybe you can give us some insights.
Actually, we are, I don't know if we are lucky or good, because we actually have a very long tenure in our organization, and we retain people very well. My feeling about the retention problem in cybersecurity, which is, I think, much greater than the other markets, because of security being such an important aspect of our life, is that many organizations are, I blame the leadership, as always we should do. And I believe the secret and importance is in leading and communicating the reason why we as a company exist, and ensuring that we find people that are aligned with our vision and what we want to do. And as a company, our objective is not to make money, our objective is to provide value. And then you need to find people that believe in that vision, in the value that you want to provide, and then you're going to have some people that want to be aligned and believe in the vision of increasing the competence level in the world, the education. Some people want to defend the world. Some people want to provide attack tools and offensive tools. And I think it's in this alignment that you find the strength and the retention, because if we just focus the retention on the financial value, then we compete with each other. But if we focus on the leadership, on the vision and the value that we want to provide, then it would be like auto-sorting algorithms that you see in programming, where people will start to see, okay, I like that leadership, I want to do that, I want to pursue that career, I want to be the best engineer, or I want to be the best trainer, or I want to be part of this team. And that's where I think the leadership in a lot of organizations is losing the focus, because they're so driven by making money, which is ultimately obviously a byproduct of running a business, that they forget the reason why they create a company in the first place. And people often, the biggest reason why they stay in the organization is because they marry a vision, they marry the culture, and the accumulation of people that believe in the vision makes it much harder than to leave the company, because then you not only live in the vision, but you'll be leaving a group of people that all believe in the same thing. And I think that's the secret.
Thank you, Al. And I have the next question, but basically you have touched upon it, so I would like to address it to Jess. Maybe just continue where Al left it, because he opened it very well for you. You know, what are the strategies? How do you do on your end, and so on. Maybe you can share that recipe as well, like Almerindo, the 4% retention rate, which you have it in your company, would be a great story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a differentiation, because we here all come from cybersecurity companies. Obviously, we are biased, right?
Yes.
Obviously, many of you are from other industries, and you may wonder, well, what if my industry is not cybersecurity? So I will make a differentiation. First, I will talk a little bit of how we see things, and then I will try to put myself in the skin of other organizations out there which have the same problem but are not cybersecurity focused. So the first thing I think which is very important is to understand that this is a very complex problem. We try, and our HR departments are designed to deal with large amounts of people, especially for large organizations, right? And they need, because of the size, because of how they are structured, to have a homogeneous process for all of them. What is the problem? When we come to a specific area, it may be cybersecurity, but it may be other areas where you don't have so many people available in the market. You cannot apply the same solutions. And I think that's the biggest problem we have, large organizations have for retention. If you try to apply the same policies for, let's say, individuals who are in high demand, you're going to be failing, right? So that's the first step. How do you solve that problem? The first thing is try to build a tailor-made, let's say, suit for that collective. One of the things is exactly what Almerindo was saying. You need to motivate them. One of the most important things to understand in the cybersecurity sector is that individuals are not motivated by money most of the times. Second is there is a difference between the different stages in their lives. And it's not the same trying to retain someone who is 22 than someone who is 35, right? It's going to be a very different retention strategy. And you need to understand all these things. What we do specifically in my company, we've created, our company has, for instance, I don't know the statistics, it probably is a very, very oversized HR team to be able to do that retention policies. We have created departments like knowledge management to make sure that they are motivated. They are all the time are challenged to get more knowledge, which is one of the things that motivates all of us in the cybersecurity industry. Become a better professional, tackle more complicated things. Those are the things that are going to be motivating and retaining your talent. If your processes don't contemplate these specific things, unfortunately, you will not be able to retain them, okay? So my first advice would be we need to adopt a posture where we focus on the policies that will retain those specific communities, and we make them, as Almerindo was also saying, a leadership thing, right? Because otherwise, HR will just do their jobs, and that's not going to be enough.
Thank you, Jess. Olivier, I think I would like to follow up on what we are discussing here. Maybe to add, this is what management can do to provide platform for people to grow inside the organization. But when you provide that platform, how the teams inside do innovation, teamwork, how that one changes the momentum in the company in terms of helping people to stay in the company? Because for sure, you know, you don't want to work in a toxic environment. You want to work in an environment where people work together and share. How do you do that in your company?
Yeah, first of all, I want to kind of give you a background a little bit about Estonia and the rate of transformation. So ever since Skype was sold to eBay and Microsoft, Estonia has been kind of quoted as the unicorn country in the world. And that has basically created a super competitive environment for talent. As again, our president said yesterday, we have 8 unicorns coming out of a country which is most per capita in the world. And Cybernetica is not a unicorn, but nevertheless we have to compete in this market, and we have to also service our government and service our e-government ecosystem in order to protect it. So basically, we've been pushed a lot by our startup sector actually to take on a lot of the schemes for retention and attracting talent. When I came to Cybernetica, that was 10 years ago, the things were not that competitive. But nowadays, you know, we have to offer all kinds of perks to people because they think that it's just common knowledge. If you work in Bolt or Wise or Microsoft, you expect that the same thing to get also from Cybernetica. So we've done all that, and then we've also worked a lot on our values and on our core proposition to people. So why are we here? What is our mission? What are we doing? So we want to create a better world, a safer cyberspace. And we have to, like was said in the previous channel as well, we have to follow our actions through, actually. These values. That is super important. When people nowadays see that you are talking one thing and doing another thing, then you're starting to lose a lot of talent. What else we have done is we've started to look at how to bring interesting projects to people. Like I mentioned, we have one arm research, one arm development, third arm cybersecurity services. And nowadays we are creating these cross-functional, cross-discipline teams inside Cybernetica to work on research topics, applied research topics, whether it's in the usage of AI for cybersecurity, whether it's applying post-quantum encryption to certain, for example, electronic identity technologies, or whether it's securing AI. So we offer people to work on research projects, to take away from their day-to-day jobs, to work with top researchers and also top universities, to find a little different way to their day-to-day jobs. This is not for everybody, but this is definitely something that these smart, ambitious people that Filippo was also referring to are actually looking for. And once they've done that, they can continue or move back to their kind of day-to-day jobs and work there.
Thank you, Oliver. Question for Akshay. You mentioned earlier we need to address the demand and supply asymmetry. What actionable measures can be taken to create the cybersecurity as a compelling domain for profession and so on?
Thank you very much. So, you know, it takes me back. I went to business school in the UK, and a few months ago, I was actually back to interact with the students. Obviously, because I work in cybersecurity now, the topic moved towards cybersecurity and how it's a promising domain. 150 students in the class. Eventually, you go for an MBA program, you have some amount of student debt, and you're looking to land a promising career. If you took a guess, what percentage of that group of 150 was considering a career in cybersecurity? Would there be any guesses?
0.
It was literally 0%. And that's the point. That, you know, there is very limited awareness about cybersecurity as a career option for anyone who is not a technical expert. If you extend it further and you speak to anybody in the cybersecurity industry, and you know, I mean, at the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity, we have the unique privilege of speaking to some of the best minds in cybersecurity. Every leader has a lot of openness when it comes to hiring people from different domains. What happens when you get down to the job description? The job descriptions essentially are very technical in nature and require certifications such as CISSP, CISM, and others, which an entry-level person trying to make a foray or a lateral move into cybersecurity cannot feasibly have, because the way they are designed is they require a certain amount of experience. So we're not putting money where our mouth is. We're saying that we are open, we want to bridge that gap. That number keeps on going from 3.4 to 5.5, but at the same time, the approaches that we are taking to bring talent into the workforce are not, I wouldn't say nobody's doing it, but we're not doing it at a scale that we can create opportunities for people. So at one level, there is a need for awareness. At a second level, there is a need for making sure that our recruitment practices are aligned. And eventually, we then need to go on to create pathways for people. And a lot of what my colleagues mentioned was about interesting opportunities. What happens once you enter the workforce? You need meaningful opportunities to be able to develop. And that's the role of pathways over there. One of the other elements that I want to highlight is specifically around well-being. And that goes towards, one of the strategic cybersecurity talent frameworks that we are developing at the Center for Cybersecurity at the World Economic Forum. The fourth element that we want to consider beyond what I spoke about is essentially well-being. This is an extremely demanding profession for anybody who's sort of gone through the ranks, and I think all my colleagues over here essentially can probably attest to the fact that this job comes with a lot of demands. How are we making sure that the people who are working in this domain have their well-being and interests taken care of, Mental well-being, a lot of people actually leave the industry because of burnout. So how are we creating the right mechanisms for people to join and thrive in the workforce is a big question for all of us. So for me, a strategic cybersecurity talent framework is essential, and it needs wider acceptance across government and industry as a whole.
Thank you, Akshay. I think, I would like to ask the panelists here about what do you think about what the governments and education can do about supply? Is there anything you can add on that component? Do you think something can happen in the education industry, or governments can do something to stimulate?
Yeah, sorry if I may
yes,
add.
Please.
I think that one of the biggest problems that the skills gap exists today is because over the years, security education and training has become a business with the objective of making money. And we've lost sight of the value that it actually provides to society. So accessibility, I wouldn't say commoditization, but definitely accessibility of educational program at university, starting from earlier age, even from high school or earlier than university, increases dramatically the uptake of security, the skilling. But if we live in a society where the training and the education is only accessible to the few, then it becomes very difficult to then elevate the state of security and have more people involved in cybersecurity. And I would like to see more of that from the government. I can see great activities being done in this country from that viewpoint, but across the world is not that common or not that accessible all the time. So that's something that can really make a difference.
Thank you, Al. Oliver, you wanted to add?
Yeah, so we have in Estonia, together with the industry, really worked in cooperation with the government in order to have more talent to be brought to the IT sector and the cybersecurity sector. So we have, in fact, in the last 10 years, I think tripled the amount of people that are studying computer sciences in the Estonian universities, both bachelor's degrees, master's degrees. We are having a little bit of a trouble attracting people to do their PhDs in computer science, because just everybody sees that it's so much easier to work. That's number one. Secondly, the community is constantly providing input into the curriculum. So what do we see, what do we want from the universities that these young people should be trained about? So we have actually every year discussions with our IT academies on what are the specific skills that we're looking for, in addition to, of course, basic programming skills, math, etc., etc. And finally, in order to make this smooth transformation, we're putting a lot of effort actually into training programs and even doing, you know, industrial bachelor's degrees, industrial master's degrees, industrial doctorate degrees. So there is a very, very kind of intertwined community that is pushing this industry forward. And currently it's working. We are having problems with these top people, trying to attract people into doing their PhDs, because working is very lucrative at that point in time. But it requires the government to be open, and it requires the government to listen to the industry, and we have that trust.
Thank you, Oliver. I think we run out of time if anyone has something quick to say.
I think the only thing that I'd like to probably add is that the Kingdom is doing this extremely well, but I think there is an opportunity as we bridge this gap, and that is to introduce diversity by design. So I'd really encourage us to think about that element as well.
Sure. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for listening to us. And if anyone wants to catch up with us, we can be around so we can talk to you. Thank you very much. Applause for the speakers.
Shaping Investment. Spurring Investment in Cyber Sector Startups. Kenneth Pentimonti, Principal and European Manager, Paladin Capital Group. Juliette Wilcox, CMG. Cybersecurity Ambassador, Department for International Trade, UK. Peter Sund, Chief Executive Officer, Finnish Information Security Cluster, FISC. Nisha Pillai, Moderator, International Moderator, former BBC presenter. Shoaib Youssef, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to Spurring Investment in Cyber Sector Startups. That's quite a mouthful, really. Cyber Sector Startups. And you're going to hear those words, cyber sector startups, over and over again in the next half hour or so, because we're going to talk about why it's so important to create a thriving ecosystem of cybersecurity startups and also big firms. But it's not enough to have big ones. Why is that? That's what we're going to be discussing. What can small startups do to make themselves more attractive to investors? And more important of all, what can governments do to support small cyber startups? Let me introduce you to our eminent guests. We have at the far end with us someone who knows all about cybersecurity investment, because that's what his business does. Ken Pentimonti, Principal and European Manager of the Paladin Capital Group. Welcome, Ken. Sitting next to him is Shoaib Yusuf, Managing Director and Partner of the Boston Consulting Group, based in Dubai. He's just flown in. We are delighted to welcome Her Excellency Juliet Wilcox, CMG, who is the Cybersecurity Ambassador for the UK government. Welcome, Juliet. And finally, from Finland, Peter Sund, CEO of the Finnish Information Security Cluster. So, shall we get stuck right in? Your Excellency, Juliet Wilcox, I'd like to ask you for the British government's perspective, first off, on the importance of a flourishing ecosystem of small and innovative cybersecurity startups.
Thank you. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, and talking about the ecosystem is absolutely at the heart of the UK government's cyber strategy. And that reflects, I think, the importance we attach to building a really strong and resilient cybersecurity industry to support businesses, to support societies, to support the government. But it has to start somewhere. And quite often, when you're thinking about innovation, about new ideas, about taking risks, about thinking of things differently, then some of these are things that flourish out of very sort of small groups of thinkers, possibly connected to academic institutions, people who have come up with a good idea and are just trying to put it together and not necessarily bound by a grand strategy for a large company or indeed the sort of directive finance that sometimes comes with that. So you can get some of the incredible innovation that comes out of small startup companies thinking this through. But of course, and as I'm sure we will explore today, it's not as straightforward as that. But frequently, it's where the spark, the innovation and the mad idea comes from in the first place. And for the UK, making sure that that access to that innovation and that innovation is allowed to flourish is absolutely at the heart of our sense of what the ecosystem needs to be supported by.
Thank you very much for getting us going. Ken Pantamonti, well, Paladin, this is what you do, security investments, cybersecurity. So you have one fund devoted just to cybersecurity investment. So what are the key benefits for investors and the broader cybersecurity ecosystem from investing in early stage, small startups?
Well, thanks, Nisha. It's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, I think there are multiple benefits to investing in early stage startups in the cyberspace. Obviously, first, we believe a fantastic place to invest just from a pure returns perspective. We think that the cybersecurity sector is a huge and growing area for all of the reasons that we've been discussing over the last couple of days. It's a space, a sector that's critical for national security, for corporate security, for the betterment of our society. And so it's a sector where the technologies that we invest in those early stage companies are critical. And as an investor, that makes for a fantastic area to invest early. Those companies use our capital to then hopefully grow and expand both their technology as well as their footprint globally, and creates, hopefully, for us, some very attractive returns. That's from an investor standpoint. From a greater kind of societal and cybersecurity ecosystem standpoint, early stage startups are critical. They're really the engine for innovation in the whole space. Large companies, governments can't and won't do everything that's needed to innovate and to create next generation technologies. Cybersecurity is very dynamic. It's continually changing, and it needs new technologies that adapt to those changes and address the issues. And startups are a key to doing that.
So we've just heard from Ken Pantamonti and also from Juliet Wilcox how important it is to have those early stage small companies because they are the engines for innovation. But yet, I wonder, how easy is it for them to survive? What is the space for them? And I'd like to put that question to you, Peter Sund, if I may. I've been puzzling about this. Of course, cyber threats are increasing, and therefore there's a room and a demand for innovation. But at the same time, is there space for startups? Or is it being dominated by the really big, the behemoths, the giants?
Well, indeed, the dominance is rather evident also for the big players. That is certainly true, but it's it's also necessary that because cybersecurity, in terms of looking at the sort of customer base and organizations who essentially, virtually everyone needs cybersecurity products and services. So a lot of it is like mass commodities, one could say. But on the other hand, like we just heard, the fact is that the innovation part and sort of finding the gaps, what exists in the market, that is quite often done actually by the smaller actors and startups, because they are much more agile and there is always some kind of new thinking involved there, that something is missing, that there is a gap, there is an opportunity, and hence the kind of, I would even say, the agility that is, it comes along with startups. It's kind of in the DNA of being small.
Indeed, indeed. So they've all said the same thing, really. The small companies are finding those gaps, finding the opportunities, and coming up with the creative thinking. And so I'm sorry to be a slightly pessimistic voice here, but Shoaib Yusuf, may I ask you, why is it that investment in startups this year, cybersecurity startups in particular, I mean, has plummeted? And is that something we should be worried about then?
Thank you, Nisha, for such a kind of important question, which is on the top of pretty much every entrepreneurs. They have been like trying to kind of understand, is this the right time to kind of, launch their startups? But before I answer this question, I would like to take this opportunity to also thank GCF Institute for uniting the brightest minds in the cybersecurity industry to discuss such important topics. Now, look, when it comes to kind of like the timing of the startup, it is not only cybersecurity, which is actually in the challenging time. We have a global economical stress, and because of that, many of the investors are very reluctant in terms of where to invest and is this the right time to invest. So I don't think so that cybersecurity as a topic, as an industry, is at the risk of that. So it will come back. Now, if I look at the history, we had 36 unicorns in cybersecurity as compared to 6 in 2021. So I'm fully optimistic that cybersecurity industry is there and gonna thrive, and there is a huge potential, and I will see that it will come back. So I would not be too worried that it is 23 because of the investors are not investing in cybersecurity, which should be discouraging for our entrepreneurs. I think there are opportunities if your startup is tackling the right set of challenges. There are opportunities to get the capital. So I think the market is looking quite promising, and I'm sure that in the coming months, hopefully by 24, 25, we will see much better outlook.
Okay, thank you very much, Shoaib. Juliette Wilcox, so you and your team, your department, works closely with cybersecurity providers, big and small. From your perspective, what do you see as the particular challenges that face small companies?
So I think my particular team is obviously looking to help companies to export their products, but that's quite a tricky thing for very small companies. The first thing at that stage is they're often not completely clear what their business plan is. So they know they've got a great product. They may have a lot of technical brain power behind it, but they haven't necessarily developed either the business plan or the ability to communicate that. So there's a thing about having the right people and employing the right people to support your growth at the right time. The second thing is finding your pathway to a customer. And when you're very small and you're a startup, you don't have customers. So who's your first one? And who is the customer that is your reference customer that you can talk to and talk about to others as well? And particularly if you're trying to sell into government, you need to have probably sold into government before another government will buy from you, because that's that sense of, I don't know if it works and I'm not sure who I can see who is a bit like me as a potential buyer. And then I think the third thing is how do you have a plan to scale and to know what you're going to do next? You might have a product that is innovative, but as soon as other people see that, there'll be a rush to copy. So what is your next plan? And how can you make sure that you've can quickly scale up to the size that your potential customers need. So that understanding of that sort of business life ahead of you, and that's something that I think people need to think about perhaps earlier than they do. There are ways of helping them. And then, and the other alternative, of course, is some of them start up in the hope of being bought by somebody bigger. So again, are you really clear about where you want to take the culture and the journey of your startup, what your future looks like, who your customers are likely to be, and how you're going to explain yourself to them in order to make sure that they can understand your product and then fit it into their cupboard of cybersecurity products.
So it sounds to me like you're saying that many startups have very good ideas, they've developed the technology, but they don't necessarily know how to market it, how to turn it into something that is a viable business and bring in revenues.
I think that's right, and that's where I think they can get support, and certainly in the UK we provide quite a bit of support through various schemes run by the NCSC or through our Cyber Runway program or through our clusters program. So you can get mentoring advice, and it's being willing to step into that ecosystem of support and making sure that you don't necessarily think you know it all because you are the masters of the technology, but recognize there is actually a sensible business development process to go through, even if you're attracting a great deal of venture capital money potentially. That's not the end of it for you. You have to think that through logically.
Excellent. So let's get an investment perspective on this now. Ken Pentamonti, how can cybersecurity startups make themselves more attractive to investors?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's one that we deal with every day, looking at dozens of companies every week. What I would say, first off, cybersecurity is, while a very, very attractive space and one where we believe is a huge and growing area to invest, it has attracted lots of companies, and as a result, many of these companies often become very difficult to differentiate between. They look on the surface like they're doing very similar things for businesses, and so I think one of the first things right off is for startups to understand and very clearly communicate what they're doing different, how they differentiate. Usually and ideally, it's from a technology standpoint, and there's a barrier to entry that they've developed. And so to understand their competitive landscape, and to be able to communicate that differentiation clearly, I think is one very, very important piece. Also, to be very clear as to what specific part of the market that they're trying to go after. Cybersecurity is a very broad space. There's securing digital infrastructure can be across a number of areas, networks and data, and across cloud, across different communication channels. So very important for the company to understand its market, be able to define that size and the scale of that market, and do that in a way that's concise and clear. And then I would say, lastly, the companies have to have a very clear knowledge of what they want to use the capital for. Our capital is expensive. We expect very good things from the companies that take our money, and what they have to do is understand what specifically are they going to do with the money, and how are they going to generate return for that money. So, and that's usually in terms of developing additional capabilities with the technology, as well as further building out their sales, marketing efforts, and growing globally. And so I think those are the key things that we look for when we look to put capital to work.
Indeed, and capital is even more expensive right now, and that might indeed be why the investment in startups has been on the lower side this year. Thank you very much, Ken. So we've been hearing about AI, haven't we? And the threats, cyber threats posed by the burgeoning AI field right through the last couple of days. But what will the impact of AI have on cybersecurity startups themselves? That's what I'd like to ask and get different perspectives from both Peter Sund and Shoaib Yusuf. So can I start with you, if you don't mind, Peter? How will the continued growth, the AI everywhere world that we're in now, affect cyber startups? Will they require even more capital?
Well, thank you for a great question. Firstly, I am not convinced yet that AI is everywhere.
Okay.
I think AI is very high on the hype curve. That's where it's the biggest, I think. But of course, machine learning and automation and other things have existed in the industrial environment for a very long time. It just seems that the sort of public awareness and public access to a certain type of AI systems is now creating this a little bit of this hype. They are excellent. That, of course, is also a fact. So I think one aspect is clearly so that for smaller actors, these sort of general large language model-based AI systems and others, they can really help actually in the sort of general management issues of companies. They can increase productivity and so on and so on. But then the other side is, of course, the responsible use of AI. And as we know, there is very difficult to find technologies that would have not been misused. So it's quite certain that AI will be misused as well, and it is already being misused. That is certainly true.
And that's also an opportunity for cybersecurity startups, isn't it?
Yeah, that is an opportunity. And maybe if I sort of take the other side of this is that it's highly likely that there will be a necessity for AI to sort of counter the bad AI. So it's AI against AI, most likely in the cybersecurity field, in let's say, at least in midterm, I would say. Maybe not short term yet, but midterm.
Excellent, thank you. And Shoaib Yusuf, what's your view on this? What's the impact of the increasing penetration of AI into our lives going to be on the startup sector, cybersecurity startups?
Thank you so much, Nisha, for a fantastic question. Just building on of my fellow panelist, Peter, I have a slightly different view. I personally believe that AI is indeed everywhere. It is impacting pretty much all sort of industries. It is impacting all how we actually look at things, how we actually perceive things. The sooner or better we identify that it also comes with a lot of opportunities for us, I will see those kind of industries, startups and companies as the leaders, and the companies who are not able to kind of embrace AI and fully understand the opportunities it brings to the particular industry, I personally feel they will be more likely laggards. However, I see AI into two kind of categories. One is AI-centric products and AI-infused products. So AI-centric products are the perfect example of ChatGPTs, Bard by Google. These are AI products. In these kind of things, which has given a phenomenal growth and a broader understanding of the potential of AI, what AI can do. However, AI-infused products, if you look at all kind of products out there, especially coming from the tech leaders, from Oracle to Salesforce to kind of Microsoft, everyone have started to infuse AI into their products. I personally believe this is not a choice, it's must. All of our cybersecurity products eventually has to infuse AI to ensure that we fully unlock the potential of a lot of capabilities. If we won't do it, we will be repeating the same mistakes because the AI tool as a tool is already available to all the bad guys out there. We need to infuse AI into our products. It will give us a scalability. It will give us operational efficiency. It will unlock the potential for us to generate new kind of insights which we are not capable of fully able to deliver on.
And is that a challenge or an opportunity for startups? It's not clear to me listening to you.
It's absolutely an opportunity. It's absolutely an opportunity. However, the challenge is the scalability and the cost and the investment which is required. But if you look at 20 years ago, the cost of tech was quite high, and eventually, in the coming years, we will see with the hyperscalers investing, where you see a lot of tech investments going on, eventually the GPU as a service over the cloud will become quite affordable for all the startup ecosystem to fully embrace and start innovating their products over that.
I see you nodding your head there, Ken Pentimonti.
Yeah, I would very much agree. I think there's a huge opportunity that AI provides. I kind of look at it three different opportunities within cybersecurity. One is just what was mentioned, leveraging AI to make the products, the services better, infusing that within. Many of our companies have already started a path toward leveraging AI in their products to make them faster, to make them easier to use, to make them more effective. Fantastic opportunity. Secondly is leveraging AI to enhance what are very complex, huge data sets within the industry, especially as looking at threats and various different external attacks on networks. There's a huge amount of data that needs to be sorted through and figured out in very quick time. AI is an incredible tool to better do that. I think lastly, AI itself. So the AI-based models. Large organizations, governments are going to continue to use AI for various different purposes, non-cyber related purposes, but those AI models and the data that goes into those AI models needs to be secure. So that's going to open up a whole new realm of cybersecurity technologies that secure those models and secure that data.
A whole new specific application for it. So clearly there is national interest in having a burgeoning cybersecurity ecosystem of small and large companies. What role does government play then in supporting the smaller companies that may not really have got going yet and not standing on their feet independently? I'd like to start with a government perspective and ask the UK Cybersecurity Ambassador, what have you seen to be the most effective ways in supporting and directing and targeting support to small startups?
Thank you. Well, we do have actually at least 2 direct and specific schemes that are pointed at helping startups work out what their ideas are, how they develop into something that's a saleable product, how do they get mentored into creating a company that works, where do they find their potential customers, how do they face the idea of growing their financials capacity. And so we do that through, our NCSC actually specifically backs a program for startups. It gathers together people who, startups that are interested in solving very specific problems that governments have identified, and then it will help them to grow into viable companies that can then become the sort of vehicle through which we solve some of our future problems. And that allows them to have those opportunities to meet in the UK and overseas partners, mentors, and access to finance. We also do a scheme which we call a sort of cyber runway, which is actually taking companies at all stages, which is, so startups are absolutely there, but there may be companies who are developing in other ways. Again, it provides them those opportunities to find access to markets they may be unsure of, how to get there, of mentorship and of managing money and developing business plans. But we know that without that, it's quite difficult. People are swimming around, not really being quite sure how to connect the dots. So being very, very specific about what your country is looking at in terms of its problem sets, and then where you can intervene as a government to help with partners, and they're all with our industry partners that do this. It isn't government that delivers this. That allows you to then have that network that's built into the programme and allows them to sort of expand and find opportunities to develop, and sometimes to fail. You know, it helps them also to explore areas where they're not going to be successful, places where they don't think they want to develop, where they're not good enough and need to employ different kinds of people in their company. So testing that through a sort of safe space of mentoring, I think, is
it's as useful as anything. Thank you, Juliet. So Peterson, you run the Finnish information security cluster. How do you see the role of government in supporting the smaller companies?
Well, definitely. For instance, those kinds of programs and approaches that were just mentioned, as for example for UK. But there is also kind of the other side that sort of government instruments and support not leading to a situation where the government picks out the winners, the winning horses, so to say, that we have to be also careful on that, because the market has to sort of live on the competition and so on. But the fact is that the smaller actors, they do need support, because especially when we talk about really novel sort of innovations and novel approaches, quite often these sort of key persons in these companies, they are not business specialists. They don't have the networks. They don't know exactly how to run businesses. They don't know how to acquire funding and how to test and validate early enough of their sort of portfolio or the innovative idea. And hence we need all these multitude of supporting actors. That absolutely is correct in the sense, but I think more over, I think, for example, for Finland, as our internal market is smaller than many others, we quite often we wish to focus on the sort of international trade side, that how
Indeed.
can we sort
It's a
of
necessity,
support
isn't it?
that side.
Thank you, Peter. Shoaib, over there, hello. I want to ask you about public-private partnerships at this point of the discussion. What's the record like? Have they been effective? Have they delivered?
Nisha, this is a fantastic question, and I think it's all depend on quite a few variables that how you view public-private partnership. It depends on the economics and the national kind of, how big is the market, what is the maturity of a particular country, how fragmented, how much kind of cybersecurity players are already there, how much is the demand. So there are quite a few variables which play a role in terms of public and private partnership. I personally believe that the countries who are quite behind in terms of their cybersecurity capacity to deliver on their supply needs, the government has to play a pivotal role in orchestrating the industry. They have to kind of play a role in bringing the private sector together. They have to kind of stimulate public-private partnership, because doing that, it allows a lot of stimulation in R&D. It allows a lot of incentivized programs for the private sector to look at cybersecurity differently. And most importantly, it also allows entrepreneurships to kind of not only launch their startups and bring their innovative ideas forward, but it also have the government who is providing the support, much needed support for the technology transfers, for patenting, and many of these things are quite expensive. And public-private partnership plays a pivotal role in terms of stimulating that growth. So my short answers, Nisha, is it depends on the maturity of the country. It depends on what is the phase and what is the vision that countries see. Is the country really see cybersecurity as one of their strategic priority? And if they see a lot of demand, government has to play a role, and public-private partnership is the way to go.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. So shall we end on a positive note, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen? I'd like to ask Ken Pentamonti, can you share some positive examples, some success stories in this field with us?
Yeah, sure. I think there are a whole bunch of great success stories. It was mentioned how many unicorns there are now in the cybersecurity sector. It's great to see that the sector has really grown over the last handful of years, and I think will continue to be a significant sector within the broader tech investing sector. I think there's some really interesting ones. We talked about public-private partnerships. There's an entity called InQtel in the United States that's done a really good job of identifying innovative technologies that are now being used in the US government. Juliet mentioned a number of programs that the UK government is sponsoring that have been fantastic. We've invested in a few of those companies coming out of those programs. Very, very helpful to get those companies up and going. We're involved in a program in France called the Campus Cyber. That's a public-private partnership between the French government and various corporate sponsors. We're involved in that. We're a mentor, and we get involved early stage, earlier than we would typically invest in companies, but we try to help them scale and get to a stage where they would be ready for our capital. And in fact, we're in process of hopefully making an investment in a first company coming out of that program. So lots of great success stories. I think there's huge opportunity for government and corporate organizations to get together to help facilitate. It is very difficult for very early stage companies to get that initial funding, prove their products, and then be attractive to venture capitalists at a little bit later stage.
On that note, we shall draw our conversation to a close. I've learned a huge amount from our discussion, some of the struggles that small startups face, the ways in which government can help and why it's so important, and what the national economic and defense payoff and benefits are for us all. Shall we join our hands to say thank you to our eminent speakers, Ken Puentuanti, Shoaib Yusuf, Her Excellency Juliet Wilcox, and Peter Sund. Thank you for joining us.
Emerging Shadows, Unmasking Cyber Threats of Generative AI. Richard Watson, Global Cybersecurity Leader, EY. Yazid Al-Abd Al-Karim, Chief Scientist, Emerging Technologies, SITE. Professor Victoria Baines, Independent Cybersecurity Researcher. Kevin Brown, Chief Operating Officer, NCC Group, PLC. Alexandra Topalian, Moderator, International Moderator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. It is a very hot topic. It is unmasking cyber threats of generative AI. As we launch into a new era of technology, producing different types of content. Generative AI is visual, it is text, it is audio, and so we are here today to discuss the threats, but also the opportunities of generative AI on cybersecurity. So Richard, let's start with you, since you are the closest to me. As you assist your EY clients in identifying the cyber risks that they face, what are some of the new cyber threats that are created by artificial intelligence?
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, AI is moving so quickly. It's rapid development, and it's kind of democratized IT to some extent. And so, a lot has been made around the threats that are things around the velocity of AI, and particularly when the technology gets into the hands of adversaries, how authentic malware can become, and deep fakes, and so on. But one of the risks we've really been focused on at EY is just how quickly it moves from an organizational perspective. We've long known about this phenomenon of shadow IT. Well, AI almost puts shadow IT on steroids. And so what we're actually seeing is, the business is using AI every day, but the organization is struggling to keep up with how to monitor that. You're getting a gap between business use of AI and how IT and cybersecurity can manage and monitor that. And as a result, you get all sorts of threats around things like data poisoning, around the hijacking of AI,
and obviously the privacy risks and so on that create. But really, the challenge for organizations is how do you update your governance and your risk management to deal with the business's use of AI and some of the risks that creates for the organization.
And what are some of these risks, if you can give like some more detailed examples?
Yeah, well, I mean, so data poisoning being the first one. Obviously, AI models are only as good as the data used to train them. And increasingly, as business processes around things like next best action in a call center, or how to respond in the case of cybersecurity defense to certain threats, if prompts are deliberately targeted to kind of poison the data, it can create adverse business reactions. So, cybersecurity is about confidentiality, integrity, availability of data. Really this issue is around managing the integrity of data and then the consequential actions on business processes, which increasingly we're going to become reliant on as organizations automate their business processes with AI.
Professor Baines, I saw you nodding. Do you also feel, in your research, have you noticed that data is being poisoned?
It's certainly something that we are alerted to. I mean, data poisoning can be quite a slow burn attack in the sense of if you're seeding skewed data, it might take a bit of time to come out in adverse outcomes. But if we think about influence operations over the last few years, some of those have been targeted, say, by nation states or state-sponsored groups, not necessarily to get an immediate outcome to vote for a particular, candidate or political party, but to sow discord in a community. So that general sense of there being an adverse outcome for a particular group in society that has almost an indirect effect, just kind of disruption as much as anything. I mean, for me, artificial intelligence and the threats attached to generative AI, it's also about just thinking in terms of what happens when we replace humans with non-human agents in a business. And there are a number of constants, I would say, when I do my futures work, and it's based on a certain amount of time in law enforcement surrounded by badness, that is that over thousands of years, we know that there will always be people who want to harm other people and other people's assets. And we know that technology is evolving at such an incredibly rapid rate. So those people will make use of the technology available to them. So yes, we've seen people trying to make bots go bad. And we've seen large language models like ChatGPT implementing safeguards so that you can't write malware with ChatGPT, for instance. But interestingly, what we've seen spring out of that is people gaming that, repurposing large language models, selling them on the dark web, or on kind of dark forums, precisely so that you can write malware. So I think it's worth kind of broadening out and thinking, rather than it just being how this will affect my business right now, how it will change the cyber criminal ecosystem as well.
And as new technologies emerge, do you find that the nature of the crimes is changing in your research?
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes my job so exciting. It changes daily, hourly. Particularly with advances in large language models, I think they have outstripped our expectations, haven't they? Generally speaking, it's always my default to say, well, most of the time it's just old wine in new bottles. It's just a different kind of attack vector for the cybercrime that we've already seen. But I do think data poisoning there is the exception. It's a new kind of threat to skew that training data so that it produces something other than we're intending in our use. That's a new one for me.
Right, thank you. Mr. Brown, what are some of the ways in which generative AI can be exploited by cybercriminals to develop more sophisticated and evasive cyber threats?
No, I think, well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. I think some of the bits have been pulled out already. I think what generative AI has introduced is a far low barrier of entry into criminal activity. Before, perhaps you had to have the technical background, the tooling, and the motivation. And now we're seeing generative AI being used for a far wider range. So whilst we talk about sophistication, I think it's the ease of access that I'm certainly starting to see more about. I think we also talk about what's emerging, what is hidden. There's something that is directly in front of all of us, and that's a first mover advantage. Now, in a commercial world, if you're looking to launch a new product, you're always trying to get the edge of your competitor. And that's no different, where criminals, they don't have the risk profile that organizations have. They don't have to be looking at the explainability of the artificial intelligence. They don't have to be looking at the legalities, the regulatory. It's a case of, we've developed something, let's launch it. So unfortunately, from sitting on the good side of the fence, we're always going to be slightly behind the curve from that perspective. Some of the other areas just to highlight, and perhaps we can go back to this. Obviously, social engineering is one that comes to the forefront, as well as the sort of, I call it the professionalization of deep fakes. We've talked about deep fakes for many years, but again, it's now become far more accessible. And then clearly we're into the LLMs, the large language models, and how that can be manipulated, poisoned. And we've got used to and accustomed to being a financial motivation. In fact, what we're seeing through data poisoning is there's a far wider range of motivations. Some of them may be short-term, but given the amount of elections and political change that's going on around the world, there's certainly going to be some slow burn ones that are already happening.
And the potential convergence of generative AI with social engineering tactics, how is this fusion, how could it amplify the effectiveness of phishing and other manipulative attacks?
I think, well, first of all, I think it's a massive impact. Certainly through our threat intelligence team at NCC Group, we've seen over 1,000% increase already. And I have to say it with a bit of a smile on my face, because all of the phishing training, the phishing awareness programs that we've rolled out to all of our colleagues is we're teaching them to spot the obvious. And with previous phishing attempts, you would look for spelling mistakes, you'd look for grammatic errors. Well, actually what generative AI has done is just professionalize that. So not only have you now got this increased throughput and volume, all of the training that we've educated our colleagues on is almost, you're putting that to one side, because you're now confronted by emails which have got a lot more relevance, a lot more professionalism. And with generative AI as well, it's enabling a lot more targeted of spear phishing, so that you can really start to add context to the phishing emails. You can talk about the industry. You can really give relevance to the business without too much work. So I think it's a real game changer for certainly what we've seen.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Dr. Yazid, welcome. What is the impact of generative AI related to the scale of cybersecurity attacks?
So, assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. So, to understand the scale of generative AI, first we have to consider the current state. So, if we look at the current state in 2023, basically adversaries are accelerating, and defenders are not able to keep up. It's basically a two-speed race. So to add to that, basically a research study shows that 94% of companies have experienced a cyber attack in one way or the other. So what's happening is that just as technology transferring to SaaS, for example, software as a service offering, the cybercrime world is doing the same. So the SaaS is becoming in the cybercrime economy as well. And if, for example, we could see a malware as a service offered in the cybercrime. And to add to this, we have the to add to this, the automation of the technology is making the threat actors able to accelerate the speed and the volume of attacks and the impact as well. With generative AI, it's expected that the situation will be more difficult, because now the attackers will be able to have more means to automate and to generate more intelligent attacks. For example, you could have an adversary creating a self-adaptive malware, and that malware will be able to circumvent and to be undetected by the detection systems. As well as another threat of the generative AI is the assembly of knowledge. So basically with generative AI, you could assemble knowledge that can be utilized for physical attacks. Instead of, usually when we have physical attacks, it's limited to state violent actors, but now even non-state violent actors will be able to acquire that knowledge to launch a similar attack. And if we consider these risks as well, the survey showed that about 85% of security officers believe that the rise of cybersecurity attacks that we have seen in 2023 is because of the use of generative AI.
Thank you, Doctor. And as an advisor for CITE, what can we do in regards to the regulations that are being implemented?
Yeah, regulations are basically a controversial topic because many believe that it's challenging to enforce the constraints, and it's basically wishful thinking. But if we see the initiatives, there is the initiatives by the UN nation. It's forming a high-level advisory body for AI. Similarly, we have seen the recent US executive order about the safe and secure and trustworthy use and development of AI. But when you consider regulations, there are basically two approaches. One approach is to have regulations to limit the use of generative AI to prevent it to get in the hands of bad actors. However, this approach will end up basically hurting the openness of the technology as well as preventing it for the good users. So I believe the best way to combat generative AI threats is basically by using it for defense and to basically outperform adversaries. So if you do that, you'll be aligning with the second objective of regulations. Instead of limiting the technology, we should utilize it and use it for defense. For example, and we should design it based on the attack surface. For example, if we consider one of the main issues of generative AI is disinformation. So we should realize that threat actor and then try to come up with defense mechanisms to basically mitigate the risks related to that as well.
And how would you go about outperforming?
Yeah, basically one example, if we see one of the main challenges related to cybersecurity is responding to alerts. A recent research study shows that only 48% of security alerts are investigated. So one way is to use generative AI to basically fully analyze these security alerts and to basically also not only analyzing them and potentially responding to them. In that way, you will be able to address the two-speed race that I mentioned. So as they attack the adversary are speeding up, we should do the same. We should utilize that technology and not limit it. And then there are many use cases that can be addressed, as I mentioned, with the security alerts.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Well, generative AI is here to stay, correct? Richard, how would you best advise your customers and how they should deal with their risk management approach?
Yeah, I think Dr. Yazid used a key word there, which is trust. And I think establishing trust in AI models is going to be key. I think the World Economic Forum has done some of the most recent studies in this space, and they found that 4 out of 10 adults admitted that AI-powered products worry them, and that 50% of adults, wouldn't trust companies who use AI as much as they trust companies that don't. And so it's really incumbent on organizations
Can you repeat that? They would trust companies that?
50% of adults would not trust companies who use AI as much as they trust companies who don't use AI. In other words, there's a huge amount of suspicion
There's still a lack of trust.
AI. So, I mean, one of the things we've done at EY to help combat this is the notion of a confidence index. So we've got our data scientists and our cybersecurity professionals together to create essentially a framework and an algorithm for, how do you determine if a piece of AI is trustworthy or not. So it looks at things like explainability, data privacy, bias, and so on. So about 7 or 8 different variables to essentially give a trust score to a process that is using AI. And if you look at some of the proposed regulation, like the European Union AI Act, that seems to be the way that regulation is going to go as well. It's going to be a risk-based approach based on some profiling of AI that determines how much testing you need to do and how much disclosure you need to do. So I think providing some metric that helps create this trust, I think will be really key for organizations. And then secondly, they'll need to update their risk management processes, because it's a case of the business who's using AI for business purposes, organizational responsibility, audit and so on, and then the operational functions that are actually using the AI and maintaining the models coming together to manage this. It's a bit like the issue we had where privacy, data governance, and cybersecurity, had to come together to manage data. We've got that again, but with slightly different stakeholders and axes to worry about.
And then with this issue of trust, there is also a very negative connotation that's come with artificial intelligence. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think people are just staggered, as Victoria said, around how quickly and how comprehensive this technology is. It's become, AI has obviously been around for sort of 10, 15 years, but the generative AI aspect, which sort of burst onto the stage in November when Microsoft acquired OpenAI, I think it's shocked people into just how lucid this technology is, and just how much it knows and how quickly it can assimilate new information. And people just aren't ready to surrender that level of control to technology, and are worried about it. And again, if you look at President Biden's executive order that came out on Monday, pretty much the second bullet is about managing the risk of AI use for biological warfare, weapons creation. So all of these big nasty problems are sort of immediately associated with AI, and I think that worries people.
Or having a plane flown without a pilot. But Professor Baines suggests that there can be opportunities, right, when it comes to cybersecurity and data protection. Tell us a little bit about how you perceive that.
And if you don't mind, I'll just very briefly pick up on both of your points about the rhetoric of this. When you use that term AI, artificial intelligence, we immediately think of popular culture. We immediately think of science fiction. You can count on one hand the positive blue sky representations of AI in science fiction. It's all very dystopian, isn't it? And we're kind of inculcated with that sense that it's all going to go horribly wrong. But if you were to say to people, how do you feel about chatbots? They'd probably be a lot more positive. And they're interacting with them as if they're dealing with a customer service agent, even though they know that might not be a person on the end of the chat message. In terms of opportunities, actually, I'd quite like to pick up on what you were talking about in terms of the scale of the problem, and about all of those alerts that go unmanaged, because I do a certain amount of research on burnout in cybersecurity. Really? And as we all know, there aren't enough people working in incident response. There aren't enough people working in security operations. And in 2019, Nominet ran a survey of UK and US C-suite cybersecurity executives. 70% of them said they were suffering from moderate to high stress. And I think, we all recognize that. You were talking about the alerts that go unnoticed, or the alerts that don't get worked. Where we are at the moment is with the scale of the red flags that we already have are too much for incident response teams, for security operations centers. If what we're saying is that the scale is going to increase exponentially, we absolutely need an automated response, a certain amount of automated defense and incident response, not just because it makes sense for the increasing scale, but because that's how we make best use of the humans that we have on our teams. It's how we keep them from quitting their jobs and going to work into something else. It's how we preserve their mental health and well-being. And dare I say it, as someone who has worked these queues in the past, it's how you give humans tasks that they are good at. The threat hunting, that sense of what doesn't feel or smell quite right, which so far, machine learning and AI is not particularly good at.
Interesting. We definitely do have a talent gap there. Kevin, how would you best advise your organizations on the strategies that they could adopt to detect early detection and management of cyber threats?
Yeah, there's a couple of things just to pick up on what Richard and Vicky have said as well. The first thing is may seem the obvious, but to do something. I've met a number of clients that are almost in this state of paralysis where AI has been around for years. Generative AI comes along and they don't actually know what to do. And I think if we look across the globe, and I think this is why GCF as a forum is perfect for being able to have these open discussions, because it just reinforces that people are not alone. So my first bit of advice is actually to have a clear strategy. It can be a really basic strategy, but it gives you a purpose as to how you're going to approach the topic. It doesn't have to be about sophistication. Coming back to His Excellency, the Minister of Education yesterday, who I thought was particularly refreshing, I really like the point where he was talking about if we're waiting for all of the boxes to be ticked on the clipboard, we've missed it. We've got to go with a risk-based approach, and that's where I think with organizations, and certainly how I advise them, is to have a strategy based upon what you know. But I think the one that is most pressing, as Vicky just mentioned, is the skills gap. AI, the advances of AI, has been amazing in the last few years. Has it closed the gap? 2 sessions ago on this stage, we were talking about a gap of 5 million. That says to me we're not using it. So it's really about understanding the strategy, leveraging colleagues from across the globe, forums such as this to help you form your strategy. But most importantly, do something.
And how do your clients deal with that skills gap? Give us some real life examples.
I take a great example, phishing.
Yes.
So I've mentioned an increase of 1,000%. Comes back to perhaps what Richard mentioned as well as trust. You speak to clients who are trying to run a SOC, the volume of phishing attacks has gone through the roof. They've got AI, but their operating model is still the same. The methodology that has been approached is to take the AI, but ultimately it still raises a ticket and ends with a human. So as opposed to saying, well, what is the closed loop activity? Where is it that actually I'm quite happy to take a little bit of risk? Phishing emails is one that should just be a closed loop activity that doesn't need to be necessarily human in that. So I work with a lot of clients to transform operating models because it's around people, process, and technology, and that has to be the starting point.
And I just want to pick up on a point you mentioned about the deep fakes. What strategies do you recommend for those sort of threats?
And again, it naturally depends what industry, what sector you're in. It comes back to then the basics of social engineering and recognizing that you've got to have additional controls in place. It comes back to what, I guess from a security industry perspective has been spoken around for years, is defense in depth. So if you've got someone onto one of your call center agents, it can't just be that's the only line of defense in terms of verification. Is it really Mr. Brown on the other end of the phone? You're going to have other verification methods as well. But what I will say, and Yasid as well had a great point, is we have to put AI and generative AI to match it because it's going to frustrate the criminals. And the moment you start to frustrate, the moment you slow down, actually we're now raising the barrier of entry, we're raising the risk profile, and actually the cost for criminals to commit the crime is now going through the roof. And that's the position that we need to get to.
So do you mean retaliation?
No, not even retaliation. It's actually slowing down their process, because criminals, yes, they're criminals, but they've still got investment cases. They've got business cases. Okay. You look at some of the call center scams, they've got metrics around how many calls they've got to make, how many people do they aim to hook a day. And the moment you start to put AI and generative AI on the other end of that call, you've just blown their metrics and their business case. And all of a sudden, the cost of being able to be involved in this criminal activity has just multiplied by X times.
Okay, because we did have a cyber psychologist here yesterday that was discussing the concept of fighting back and retaliating based on the profiling that you do of the cyber attacker. And that's, that's something that, there's a fine line with breaking the rules and breaking the law. All right. Dr. Yazid, my last question to you as we're running out of time. What would be the impact of generative AI on the spectrum of emerging technologies?
Yeah. Basically, as you see, all the upcoming emerging technologies will have the AI components on them. So what does that mean? That all the fundamental threats that are coming from AI will be present in these emerging technologies. So we need to have the urge to address them at least, or at least evaluate the, as I mentioned, the attack surface of the generative AI, and try to address them fundamentally, so that when the emerging techs coming up, when it's related to generative AI, we at least have, we are not starting from zero, we have at least an edge there. And for example, one of the initiatives that is coming up is the explainable AI. And that's very crucial, because we need to, one of ways of addressing the concerns is exactly knowing how basically the model operates, to explain the outcomes that are coming. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. So basically, that's why when you have a model, you have these hallucinations coming up, because it's basically a black box. So explainable AI should help to hopefully address these concerns as well. And just to add one point regarding the deepfakes, as my colleague has mentioned, we have seen that recently most of the generative AI companies have voluntarily proposed to put watermarking on their basically outputs, so you'll be able to know whether it's coming from the model or not. I don't believe this will be sufficient. I believe what's more important, and it's back to the defense point that I mentioned, that authorities should have their own watermarking. And that will give the ability to know exactly that this is coming from a reliable source. Otherwise, it's basically a misinformation or something that is basically deepfake.
Right. Well, thank you very much, panelists, for being with us today. It's definitely something that's not going to be going away anytime soon, but I do see a lot of benefits to generative AI, as well as the downfalls. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this Emerging Shadows panel on generative AI. Thank you.